I don't think these computers are set up right this morning.
What does that mean?
Well, what's running right now, there's nothing on the commercials running. We've got 3 minutes before we start. This doesn't seem right. But what do I know?
Morning, baby Jules and Spitz.
Well, maybe it's all right. All right.
Wancho. AJC. Top of the morning to you all. Morning, Adam.
Thank you, Adam.
What does that mean? 3 scorcher, then on a plane.
What does what mean?
What does that mean? That saying, that expression, 3 scorcher, then on a plane?
I never heard that phrase before.
I know. That's why I was asking. What's up with that?
Gotcha.
Where are you headed, Spitz? All right. Enjoy.
At least it'll cool down when you get here.
Sure. In the biz?
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this Tuesday, the 18th of the month. Hope your week got off to a good start. And once again, thanks for being with us. How the heck are you? We are Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Basketball season put to bed. Hockey season could be put to bed tonight. How you doing, Mark?
I'm doing well. I'm doing better than the Dallas Mavericks. Not nearly as good as the Boston Celtics. If I were to describe my morning, morning went pretty well, but I'm not celebrating. There's not champagne popping everywhere. I can't claim an 18th title. I can claim this chair at work for about 4 hours. That's about all I've got, David, but I'm in good spirits as the basketball season, as you mentioned, comes to an end. Boston, another dominant performance last night. They just ran Dallas out of the gym.
Yeah, and I mean, usually in the NBA, there's a run, like even in the game 1 blowout that the Celtics put on Dallas. Dallas cut it to 8. late third quarter after being down by nearly 30. In game 3, when Boston was up 21 in the fourth, Dallas goes on a 22-2 run to cut it to 1. Mark, once the Celtics started putting the lumber to them in the second quarter, I believe the closest Dallas got the rest of the way was 17.
That sounds about right. 9-0 run at the end of the first quarter. Boston really puts it on them in the second quarter, making another, long shot to end the half. And
yeah,
they start the third quarter and Jason
stretch it out again.
We got to get this down to 10, and it went to 24 in a nanosecond, and the party's over, kids.
Yeah, it really was. And so it was a coronation, a celebration. Sometimes you have those tense championship games where the home crowd is excited, but you got that nervous murmur. No, man, this was from late first quarter on. Celtic fans were like, boy, this is just like how we won it in 08, because that was a rout. The Lakers had forced a game 6 series, went back to Boston, and the Celtics just whacked them. And they pretty much did the same thing to Dallas.
No, they did the same thing to Dallas.
Yeah.
They whooped them last night.
Celtics won by 18, their 18th championship, but first in 16 years, despite all the winning the Celtics have done in those 16 years. Finally cutting down the nets. Al Horford, Mark, had played the second most playoff games.
180, something like that?
It was last night was his 186th playoff game. Only Karl Malone had played in more playoff games without winning a title before Horford last night. So he has the 2 natties with the Gators, and then he's had this long, terrific NBA career. He's in his late 30s. He's got 1 more year under contract, and he's like, yeah, I'm going to come back. What the hell? I'm going to do this for as long as I can. Beats working for a living, and besides, the pay's pretty good.
And so are we. Don't think we're not going to be right back in this position a year from now.
Well, they're the overwhelming betting favorite to repeat right now. And you would have to, at the very least, feel very strongly about, now we'll see, NBA off seasons get nuts, Mark, nuts. And we're going to have an Olympics where these guys are going to get together. They're going to conspire. All right. There's going to be tampering going on, only not involving the teams, involving the players with other players. They're going to come back. They're going to make demands of their teams, trade me or get him. This could be a crazy NBA offseason, because we're going to put about 10, 12 stars in a room together and have them practice even before we put them in a room together.
And let them dine and hang out and spend all their time together for a few weeks.
Well, this is how the LeBron, D-Wade, Bosh thing happened. All right. They first started talking about it in the 08 Olympics. And obviously they were all under contract then, but they started talking about it when they got together on the 08 Olympic team. They had to wait 2 years. And they did. And they knew exactly what they were going to do. And they did it. So maybe it doesn't happen this offseason. Maybe some guys pull a D-Wade and a Bosh and a LeBron. And they go, well, when's your contract up? When's yours? When's yours? Okay. All right. Have a good year. Stay healthy. And then what do you say? We get together. Just saying. But right now, you return the rosters as is. Who would you give the best chance if everybody in the East returns their roster as is healthy, who would you pick if you're not picking Boston?
I wouldn't. I would pick Boston. David, I mean, if you were to take one team to go to the conference finals on both sides, all rosters equal, you'd take Boston. Because there's no way with the West and how many good teams there are in the West that you'd be able to pick one. But Boston, that's your pick. And it's an easy pick.
Plus, they've been to like 5 of the last 7 conference finals in the East. I mean, lately you're either picking the Celtics and or the Heat in the East. And sometimes they're going through each other to get to the finals. So, number 18 for the Celtics. How about that? Most all-time, one ahead of the Lakers. And I think it's going to be a while till the Lakers get theirs. I really do. I know that's dangerous to say in a league dominated with trades and free agency. And you could argue, even though the Celtics now have the most titles, I think in NBA circles, the Lakers are seen as the, what's the word I'm looking for? Prolific is not necessarily the word because the Celtics have won more, but high profile, star appeasing. I mean, more NBA All-Stars want to go play for the Lakers than want to go play for the Celtics.
They're sexier, David.
Thank you.
They're just flat out, that's a sexier franchise.
Thank you.
The Lake Show is its own thing. The Celtics, even this team with a couple of stars, won it how? By getting all kinds of other players to do big things. Porzingis in game 1. Holiday in game 2. I mean, they really were able to win this series as a team.
Right. The NBA Finals MVP last night was not the best player on the floor. Tatum was the best player on the floor last night. Brown got Finals MVP.
And I think deserved it.
Yeah, I'd be honest with you. I thought Tatum played 2 good games, 3 and 5.
And he was terrific in those 2 games.
Yes, he was. But, playing 2 out of 5 good games, I don't think should get you Finals MVP. Now, can the Florida Panthers do what the Celtics did? See, Mark, both scripts have been identical. Do you like my
it's perfect.
There?
It's perfect.
Thank you.
And for the 6 people who get it, I hope they enjoyed it too.
Oh, come on.
No. I don't think many people get that one. I get it. I love it.
You think only 6 people get that movie reference?
21,000's the text line. Twitch chat room, we have 1 person who has it.
I mean, one of the actors in that movie won an Oscar, for goodness sake.
I'm aware.
I have to admit, I like that movie more over time. I actually find myself laughing at that movie more over time. Some of the subtleties with some of the actors. I happen to be a fan of the lead actors too. Got to admit, I'm a fan.
David, can I just quickly, do you want to know how old that reference is?
I'll bet you I can guess. I don't think it was the 80s. I think it was the very early 90s.
It was.
Okay. So I know it's over 30 years. I know. I got you. But, I think most of our audience is 40 plus. So I think, and if you don't know, can we tell them the movie by now?
No.
If they don't know by now, My Cousin Vinny. Identical. But both series started 3-0. Then both teams up 3-0 got absolutely whacked in game 4. Both coming home in game 5. Celtics took care of business easily. Here we go. Been listening to NHL Network Radio, Mark. They're all a bunch of Canadians. Okay, every single host on the channel, they're all Canadians, and they're like, let me tell you, Oilers. They think the Oilers have outplayed the Panthers. I find myself going, are we watching the same sport? All right, yeah, they got them one game. They got them really good. Okay, no, they did. Game one, they were very good.
They played their tails off.
Yeah. Games 2 and 3. Are we watching the same? They had one period in game 3, really? But they're convinced Edmonton said they've been every bit as good as Florida. Deserve a better fate. Okay. So we'll see tonight. Cup's in the building, Mark. Cup is in the building.
Yes, it is, along with Phil Pritchett's hair.
And the white gloves.
I think this one will be the tense game you described, David. I don't think it'll be a coronation tonight. I think it'll be a little more tense.
Oh, home team protecting a 1-goal lead in the third.
Sounds about right.
Let's sign up for that sucker right now. Miller Moulton.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured.
Go Raiders. I do so far like the Utah color scheme and what have you. I just hope they don't stick with hockey club long term. What was it? Pond's attraction. How did
Posy.
Posy? No, because it doesn't have positive traction.
All right, here we go.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. Top of the morning to you. How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. The starting five is coming up. Got a good show lined up for you. Keith Smith to wrap up the NBA season with the Celtics winning title 18. David Dwork. The cup will be in the building. Ready to engrave the Panthers on it. Can they finish off the Oilers? And Daniel Wallach. A little more than 2 hours from now, a Supreme Court decision yesterday. And online gambling sports betting in Florida is locked in for the foreseeable future. But Mark, something happened yesterday, and I'm curious whether or not you're willing to give someone a mulligan. Rory McIlroy released a statement yesterday.
Sure did.
All right, about, 20 hours after his heartbreaking defeat at the U.S. Open, he released a statement and said, hey, congrats to Bryson. He was great. He deserved it. I think we can all agree he's exactly what golf needs right now. I thought it was a nice thing to say. And then, just said, this is a toughie. This is a tough one. I gotta pick myself up, dust myself off, suck it up, fill up the tank again, put this one behind me. And you're not going to see me till the Scottish Open in July. And then you'll see me at Troon. I think that's right. Troon, right, this year? For the Open Championship. I think it's a Troon. And so anyway, he didn't address the media.
Sorry.
Is it? All right. He didn't address the media Sunday. And Scott Van Pelt even. I was unaware of this, yesterday. Did not watch the Sunday Night Sports Center. But Scott Van Pelt said exactly what we said, Mark. He goes, hey, man, Norman, you really think he wanted to answer those questions after Augusta 96? Never mind the heartbreak that was 86 and the 87 Masters. You really think Phil wanted to talk after the double on 18 at Wingfoot? You got to talk, Rory.
He made $2.3 million for finishing second. He can get in front of a microphone. Because the statement to me, while done really well by his PR department, and whoever else cleared it before it was sent out. New girlfriends, old girlfriends, whoever may have seen it.
Oh, wives, back with the wife.
Yeah, I know, but better PR sometimes from the other. No, I don't give him a mulligan.
Okay.
I'm going to take my ball. I'm going home. You're not going to see me for a month. I'm skipping 3-4 tournaments, and you'll see me when I'll be very interested to see how the British media handles this when he does show up across the pond. Seriously, they can be a lot rougher than our media.
They can be. That's if they want to be. He's their guy.
Exactly.
He's their guy. He's been the European standard bearer for a while now. He's their guy. So are they interested in tearing down their guy? Sometimes, I mean, certainly when it comes to football, they have no problems tearing down their guys. No problems at all. Be interesting to see if they do it with golf. What I don't know is, like a couple years ago when he skipped two, in fact, I think it was last year, he skipped two of the signature events. You're allowed to skip one. By skipping the second one, they fined him $3 million. He's skipping this week's Travelers, which is a signature event. I don't know if Rory's missed any of the others or not.
I don't believe that he has, David.
So even though he was on paper in the field, he has now said, yeah, I'm out. I'm with Scheffler, by the way. I think the schedule that the PGA Tour, I mean, all these signature events before and after majors, I mean, you're forcing the top players to play 3 weeks in a row. They don't like to play 3 weeks in a row.
Not with a major as one of the weeks, David.
But, I mean, it's tough to get them to play 3 weeks in a row, period. You know, how many play 3 straight weeks on the Florida swing? How many of them play 3 straight weeks on the West Coast swing? They usually skip one of them. One of those courses they don't like. You know, when Pebble wasn't a signature event, they go, I'm not playing those 6.5-hour rounds. No way. I don't care how nice the course is. I'll go play it in the summer by myself. So Roy released a statement. Just curious now, you know, not just you, Mark, but, you know, those of us. Listen, and it's probably more so because we're, quote, media. But, you know, to us, come on, dude. I know it would have been really painful. Would have sucked. I don't know what to tell you, man. You gotta answer it because, quite frankly, you gotta answer. You know, were those nerves or were those just bad putts? Because clearly on 16, I mean that was a pull job. He yanked the hell out of that. I mean, to nearly miss the hole from 2.5 feet. I mean, that's quite a pull.
So, David, I played yesterday, little event at the course I play at, and was in a match, and I missed about a 3-footer. And instead of swearing or saying anything else, I just went, Rory!
Now, I'm curious, what kind of a miss was it? Was it the pull
It was
job?
the pull. It was
Okay.
the pull. It was the pull on 16.
Gotcha. Because, you know, 18.
The putt on 18 was a difficult putt. It was outside the hole. I'll cut him some slack for the putt on 18. Putt on 16 was inside of 3 feet. It was straight.
2.5 feet. Yeah. Straight 2.5-footer, flat missed it. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yep. 18, little tentative. All right. Little soft with that one. And so it broke more than he thought. You know, if he had hit it a touch harder, he would have been fine. But
under the circumstances, I can cut him. I can even cut him some slack, given everything going on at that moment, particularly already missing the putt on 16. That's in his head.
Right. Made a nice putt on 17. That's the funny thing. What was it, about 6 feet on 17 for the par? So missed the 2.5-footer, made the 6-footer, missed the 3 foot 9 inches is what they the computer generated said it was. Got to admit, it looks shorter than that to me.
But I look at, he had to issue something. So the statement's sort of, do you cut him slack? Are you giving him a mulligan for the statement? Because I'm not.
No, but I mean, when he comes out and he says what I think we all knew, which is, yeah, you're not going to see me again till the Scottish, you know, just that it kind of gives you a feeling of just, this one's going to be a tough one to get over. I mean, Faldo's already come out and said he'll never get over it. Which I don't know if that means the same thing as he's never going to win another major. Because you can still have, like, you know, John McEnroe still had other majors in him, but he never forgot blowing the French Open final to Lendl when he was up 2 sets. And so I wonder if that's what Faldo's referencing, that even if he goes on to, hell, win the Masters and win the career Grand Slam, he's never going to forget this one.
The one that slipped away.
Right.
It's the bad beats that we always remember, not sometimes the great wins. Miller and Moulton, the starting 5 with music attached. That's next, millerandmoulton.com.
Law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
$22 till the top of the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Keith Smith, David Dwork, Daniel Wallach, all to join us on the show. Right now it is time for the damn 8-track's not working again.
The starting five. 5 stories you need to know. It's the starting 5 on Miller and Moulton. Here's number 1.
So how close do you get to really pounding that computer on the side like it is an old 8-track?
I was pounding the F9 button pretty hard.
Oh, man. All right. NBA finals are over. Thankfully, they weren't that good.
They really were not.
Scale of 1 to 10. How were the NBA finals? 3?
2 or a 3, David?
Yeah. Game 1 was a blowout. Game 4 was a blowout. Game 5 was a blowout. 2 close games. Boston won. Didn't even get a split. Celtics win their 18th title, first in 16 years. It was a close game, late first quarter. Celtics in the first quarter on a 9-0 run. Ball game. They're up 10. They're up 21 at the half. Hell, they led by 26 at various points in the second half, and Dallas never got closer than 17. Tatum, 31 points, 8 rebounds, 11 assists. Jaylen Brown, finals MVP with 21, 8, and 6. Al Horford wins his first title after playing 186 playoff games without a ring. Second most playoff games without winning a title to Karl Malone. Porzingis made an appearance last night. He didn't look that great. Played 16 minutes, scored 5 points, and they said, oh yeah, he's having surgery. Yeah, parade surgery. Yeah, that's how this is going to go. But congratulations, Boston. They were the best team all year long and a dominating playoff performance. They Heat in 5, Cavs in 5, swept the Pacers, Mavs in 5.
16-3. I think Golden State went 16-1, the only team to have done it better in however many years.
Right, and to win the 4 best-of-7
right.
series. Right. So there you have it. Give it up to the Celtics, who now are already the clear betting favorite to win next year and repeat. Okay. Will the Florida Panthers do what the Celtics did tonight? Up 3-1 at home. Will they win the championship? In the Panthers' case, it would be Lord Stanley's Cup, which they've never won before. Panthers are only a slight favorite at minus 135. Over under number of goals, 5.5. The under is played out in 3 of the 4 games in this series. Or excuse me, under is 2-2 in this series. The 2 games in Florida were both under. The 2 games in Edmonton were both over. Panthers mark 8-3 at home in the playoffs. Oilers 6-5 on the road. 8 o'clock tonight. You figure drop the puck, 8:20-ish?
Let's hope so.
ABC. One other hockey note. Man, this is a tough break. So you put in your time and you become a head coach and you're on a bad team. And then 1 year into getting your, big break, they fire the guy who hired you. They bring in a brand new guy from outside the organization, And he doesn't even give you the proverbial year, Hey, I don't know much about this guy. I'll see what he can do. We all know that's a joke. He's going to deal with other things and then eventually bring in his own guy. No. Don Waddell, who left Carolina, went to Columbus. He said, nah, I'm going to get rid of this guy now. I'm not even going to give him a day. I'm not even going to watch him run a practice. Okay, so out is Blue Jackets head coach Pascal Vincent. So, Mark, you don't see that very often. Third week of June, an NHL job opens up, but shazam, we got an opening in Columbus. So they're still trying to fill coaches. We're gonna hoist the cup, and we're still gonna have coaching vacancies. Hey, the Marlins lost again, and Mark, they're doing that a lot.
They are. They did it in very interesting fashion last night.
Yeah, they just kept allowing the Cardinals to score runs late. Now they kept tying it. They hit a 3-run bomb to tie it, score in the 9th, tie it, score in the 10th, tie it. But then finally the Cardinals, Mason Wynn hit a 2-run shot in the 12th. Marlins scored a run, and then the Cardinals threw out the tying run at the plate. Cardinals are over 500. That might be the first time all year. 36-35. They beat the Marlins 7-6 in 12. And you combine that with the Brewers losing to the Angels 5-3. Things tightening up just a smidge in the Central. Phillies returned home, beat the Padres 9-2. Schwarber with a couple of bombs. Trey Turner, who'd been out a long time due to injury, returned, had 2 hits. Braves keep pace, although they're 8.5 back, I think. 2-1 over Detroit. Albies with the game-winning homer in the 8th for Atlanta. Tyler O'Neill hit 2 of Boston's 4 home runs in a 7-3 win over the Blue Jays. Paul Skeens. Who's his girlfriend again?
Olivia Dunn.
Yeah, he's actually he's better at what he does than she is at what she does. I mean, she's better looking, but although he's got the stash, some people are really into the stash. All right. Skeens won his 4th straight start. 6 innings, 1-run ball.
You think he's a better pitcher than she's a better selfie taker? That's what
is that what she is? I was actually thinking of her as a gymnast.
No, she's a influencer. She's
Okay.
not a gymnast.
I mean, technically, they did win the Natty. She competes in one of the events for them. She did help them a little bit. She's a role player.
Did she even compete in the final? I think she was done by then. I don't even think she competed in the final.
Maybe not in the final. I thought she helped them in the semis. She did help them win the SEC title. I know that. But that's paying a lot of attention to gymnastics, by the way, between the two of us. I mean, with you, it's understandable. Your wife's got it on the TV. You couldn't avoid it if you tried. It's in multiple rooms in your house at the same time.
It's big, David. It's big.
Yeah,
it's an Olympic year.
Right. Whew.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy. The Mets pounded out 22 hits, their most in 5 years. They've won 6 in a row. Wow. They're not even that good. 14-2 over Texas. Trust me, New York teams are not used to scoring that much in Arlington. Boom. Giants came from behind, 1 in the 8th, and a 3-run homer from Estrada in the 9th to beat the Cubs, who are reeling 7-6. So it turns out Mookie Betts going to miss 4 to 6 weeks with that broken left hand. Ohtani heating up. He had 3 hits. Dodgers 9-5 over Colorado. Garrett Cole returning tomorrow for the Yankees. Big series begins tonight in the Bronx. Orioles and the Yankees. Garrett Cole returns tomorrow for the Yankees. Anthony Rizzo going to be out 4 to 6 weeks. Sunday, he collided with a Red Sox reliever, fell to the ground. Turned out he broke his right arm. That's okay. He wasn't hitting anyway. And to be honest with you, it'll force Cashman to actually go out and get a new first baseman, which he needs to do. So they could turn this negative into a positive, to be honest with you. Roy McIlroy released a statement a day after blowing the U.S. Open. He congratulated Bryson DeChambeau and said basically, it's going to be tough. It's going to take me a few weeks to recharge the batteries, but I'll suck it up and you'll see me again at the Scottish Open. So he was very nice in his praise of Bryson. Called him a great champion and that he's exactly what golf needs right now. Okay. College baseball. Gators stay alive, beating NC State 5-4. They'll face Kentucky. Winning you advance, losing you go home today. Kentucky lost to A&M 5-1. Florida State will play North Carolina today. Winner advances, loser goes home. So the Florida State-North Carolina winner will face Tennessee and have to beat them twice. The Florida-Kentucky winner will face A&M and will have to beat them twice. And finally, Mark, don't know if you heard. You hear about Les Miles being in the news?
I did. This is an interesting story, to say the very least.
And once again, it goes back to a sore subject, more so for me than you, but it's the College Football Hall of Fame. That is ultimately why Les Miles is suing LSU. So we all know Les was the coach at LSU for a long time, like 2005 to, I think, midway through the 2018 season, I think it was that he resigned. Anyway, LSU got in some trouble, mostly in basketball, and they negotiated a settlement with the NCAA in which they forfeited 37 wins between 2012 and 2015. Well, those are wins on Les Miles' resume. With those 37 wins, Les has got a winning percentage like 640 something. Take those 37 wins away, and Les Miles' winning percentage is 597. The College Football Hall of Fame is very strict. Your winning percentage has to be 600, and they will not round up. The College Football Hall of Fame came out last week and said, sorry, Mike Leach will always be ineligible for the College Football Hall of Fame because the late coach died with a winning percentage of 596. Well, now that means that Les Miles, who clearly would be voted in as a Hall of Fame coach, he meets all the other criteria and he's won a natty, for goodness sake. I mean, R.C. Slocum is in the Hall of Fame. Les certainly would have gotten in, and he obviously wants to get in. Well, if these 37 wins are taken away, which they have been, and if he can't get them back, he ain't going in the Hall of Fame. So Les is suing, saying, hold on a second. You guys never talked to me about anything that I did wrong. I didn't agree to give up the wins. You negotiated with the basketball coach. He's the one who got caught in the FBI sting. He's the one that admitted wrongdoing. Okay, you just kind of threw football in. This ain't right. So
Some of the infractions Les is claiming happened after he was gone, and he's being penalized for things that happened after he was there.
Right.
Or after he had left, I should say.
Although one of the, quote, infractions involves a player during that 2012 to 2015 time. So that's why LSU made, this was 6-7 years after the fact, and LSU said to the NCAA, sure, you want to take those wins away? We'll take those wins away. Les is going, whoa, hold on a second. Those wins are important to me. So, by the way, to me, the part of this story that I think should get people's interest is that the College Football Hall of Fame has said they will not round up. Mike Leach 596, Les Miles 597. They've come out and said, no, it's 600. I know that you round up, but that's 600. Don't know what to tell you. We don't round up. I mean, that to me is the interesting one here. That's the tough line in the sand, because come on, Mike Leach's pretty popular.
Incredibly popular.
But they have said that we have our criteria and we are not changing it in any way, shape, or form. It also means that a Howard Schnellenberger will never make the College Football Hall of Fame, which is absurd.
Laughable.
Once again, R.C. Slocum, College Football Hall of Fame coach. You've got to be kidding me. And at 7 minutes before the hour, that was
the starting five every weekday morning at this time on Miller and Moulton.
See? All that banging on the F9 button there. You loosen that sucker up. Way to go.
1 out of 2. Off to a hell of a start.
Hey, listen, it's better than the start we got off to yesterday, man. Nearly got shut out at both ends of the doubleheader at the beginning of the show yesterday.
You know, you're right. That was a sweep.
We lost game 1 and we were trailing 6-0 late in game 2, baby.
Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned
Now, I will say E.B. Hill, and I love the question, but this is not the NCAA's doing. This is the College Football Hall of Fame is its own entity. It's the National Football Foundation / College Football Hall of Fame. And these are their rules, their criteria. Like the LPGA Hall of Fame's criteria is far tougher than the World Golf Hall of Fame's criteria. There are women who are in the World Golf Hall of Fame and not in the LPGA Hall of Fame. For the record, and I just did the math, Mike Leach is 3 wins shy of getting in if they're not going to round up, and Les was 2.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton. Thanks so much for being with us. Keith Smith, an hour from now, talking about the Celtics winning their first title in 16 years, their 18th championship, most all time in the NBA. David Dwork in about 90 minutes. The cup is in the building. First time ever the Panthers have had the cup in the building at home with them being able to win. It was in the building 28 years ago because the Avs were about to sweep them. And they did so in Miami. And Daniel Wallach will join us in a couple hours to talk about the sports betting monopoly that was cemented by the U.S. Supreme Court yesterday and what it means for bettors for the foreseeable future in the state of Florida. But, Mark, we got a big baseball series tonight. Come on now. Get excited with me. What else do we have?
We have a big baseball series tonight.
We do. Yankees and Orioles, baby.
It's June 18th.
I understand. Hey, we don't have a single other race less than 5 games. I don't know what they're tied in the loss column. Look like the 2 best teams in the American League.
They do. You're right.
I mean,
Could be an ALCS preview, David. Sell it.
Mark, hey, this is essentially the equivalent of a college football conference championship game beginning this year where, the winner's going to get a first-round bye and the loser's going to have to start playing right away, even though they'll get a home game with a seed somewhere between 5 through 8. So if you're not excited about the Yankees and Orioles, tell me again about why you're going to be excited about that SEC championship game in which all it's determining is seeding.
I don't know if I'm going to be. I think the championship games could go away.
Okay. I cannot say this enough. They're a huge cash grab.
No, David, I understand they're not going to go away. It's not what I said. I said they could go away because they don't matter anymore.
Well, it's funny. Now they're going to matter for seeding, and I guess we'll see whether or not that's going to matter to us or not. I mean, do we think we're going to have a lot of teams not seeded 1 through 4 win the college football playoff? I mean, let's just go there. Hey, just thinking ahead. Okay, we all know who the teams 1 through 4 are going to be. All right. Do you think how many teams seeded 5 through 8? What happens in the NFL often. What happened last year? Chiefs, a 3 seed. Okay, yeah, they got a home game, and then they didn't play at home anymore. And they had to beat some good teams. Had to beat Buffalo. Had to beat Baltimore. Had to beat San Francisco. They did. They're champions. Congratulations. How often do we think that's going to happen in college football?
Well, here's what's interesting is you look at like Ohio State plays Oregon this year, right?
At Oregon.
They are the 2 preseason favorites in the Big Ten Conference.
In fact, most betting circles, because the game's in Oregon, and most of the betting people think Oregon's going to win, Oregon's actually a bigger favorite to win the Big Ten than Ohio State, at least the regular season.
But when you have division games in the NFL, and I know I'm jumping here, so work with me, David.
Okay.
What do we get most times with 2 good division teams in the NFL? They split.
Uh-huh.
So I think you'll end up with a lot of splits in these games if you have rematches.
So basically what you're going to do is you're going to take our doubleheader system and you're going to attach it to college football.
Man, I was really fired up there because I took your Yankees Orioles and quickly spun it into college football. And you right there.
What did I do?
You brought it right back.
Yes, I did.
There's a battle going on in this show, folks. There's a battle going on. David's trying to talk baseball. I'm doing everything in my power to bring it back to football.
Mark thought he whooped me in that drill, and the coach blew the whistle and said, do it again. Do it again. We'll say, though, give it up to Washington just last year. I mean, we have a short memory, but Washington beat Oregon twice last year. They did. Remember how big a favorite Oregon was in the Pac-12 title game? Because what did we all think? Well, Washington beat them the first time at Washington by 3. This will be in a neutral field. Oregon's better. They'll win. Good. What do good teams do, Mark?
Well, they adjust.
Split.
They split.
Right. They split. And guess what? Washington said, no, we're not splitting nothing. And you're going to like it. But I'm just curious, gut feeling, for many of you, how important is that first round bye going to be? How important do you think from a wear and tear standpoint playing the one less game is going to be? Because I think in a lot of cases, the teams that are seeded 5 through 8 will have played conference championship weekend. Not necessarily teams 9 through 12, but I think outside of Notre Dame, who they can't be a top 4 seed, but they can be 5 through 8. They can get a home game. They just can't get a first round bye because they're not in a conference.
Boy, David, you could damn near argue that because of your Notre Dame theory, that 7 of 8 in the top 8 every year are going to play in conference championship games.
Yeah.
Both Big Ten schools are going to be seeded 1 through 8. They are. Both SEC schools are going to be seeded 1 through 8. That's 4 right there. Well, one of them should be an ACC champ.
Yep. Big 12 champ.
Big 12 champ.
And then the best team to maybe have lost in the ACC or Big 12 title game.
So 6 of 8 for sure, I would think would have played in conference championship games.
And how important do we think that's going to be? Or are we going to make the argument, actually, once again, this goes back to, and this is not a sexy topic, all right, but I'm telling you, it is worth talking about again, the schedule. Here's why I don't think, from a wear and tear standpoint, right now, Mark, it's going to be that big a deal. There's a week off in between the conference championship game and the first round playoff game. Because as of now, the weekend in between is left for Army, Navy, and beginning this year, 2 of the really lesser bowl games. One of which is going to play at noon on that Saturday. One of which is going to play at 8, 9 o'clock that Saturday night. Army, Navy will be at 3 o'clock this year in D.C. And so to me, Mark, if you win the conference championship game, you're going to be off a minimum of 3 weeks before you play a playoff game, probably 3.5. Meanwhile, if you lose the SEC or Big Ten title game, you're going to have 13 or 14 days off till you play again. And then you're going to have 9 or 10 days until you play, if you win, your quarterfinal game.
And the other side of that is the teams that are playing that first game that didn't get to a conference championship game are going to have about 3 weeks off as well.
Right. I mean, let's just say you don't make the title game. But yeah, I mean, you will have played the last Saturday in November. And then you're not playing till the third Saturday in December.
Same with Notre Dame.
Right. So, one of the dynamics at work, baseball's still wrestling with the whole, is it actually hurting the really good teams, them getting a bye, as opposed to the teams that play that best of 3 series to get to the top 2 seeds? They're actually doing really well when they win the best of 3, and then they go right in and they're ready to go. They get the split on the road and they come home and they get to take, look at the Braves the last 2 years. The Dodgers have lost more often than they've won in that divisional round lately. I mean, that's something that baseball's wrestling with. And I'm just curious, gut feeling, do you think the college football playoff, because, in the NFL, for as much as we think it's going to be a war of attrition, I mean, usually the reason the top 2 seeds go to the Super Bowl is because they're just better. But the Chiefs were a 3 seed last year. They had never won a road playoff game under Mahomes and Andy Reid. Seemed to do okay. I'm just curious, your gut feeling. Do you think the college football playoff is going to be a, quote, war of attrition?
No, there's a lot of days off between each round in this thing.
That's what I think. I actually think the significance, if they really want to keep the meaning of the conference championship game, play the first round the very next weekend. Now there's some real incentive. Oh, you mean if we win, we don't play next week and we get a bye? Okay. That's some real incentive. That can go. How many teams will win the Natty losing the conference championship game if they got to tee it up 6 or 7 days later in a first round game?
Well, and remember, we're only a couple of years away from going to 14 and only 2 teams getting by. So we really won't have much of a feel as to what's happening before we change the format again.
And I think we're only a couple of years away from the Army-Navy game not being alone, if you will. And I understand there's 2 other games this year, but they're 2 of the lesser bowls, so that doesn't really count. But I have a feeling in future years that they're going to have to play when they get to 14 mark. I really think we're going to end up with playoff games in and around Army-Navy. They may even force Army-Navy to move their game to noon or something.
That wouldn't surprise me a bit, David, because the NFL didn't give in at all on that Saturday.
Nope. And literally by law, the NFL can't schedule games that second Saturday in December, but they can beginning the third Saturday. And they've shown this year they're all in. They scheduled the most marquee teams and they put them on networks. They didn't put bad teams on NFL Network like they've done in the past. They actually threw a shot, not across the bow. They actually bombed the college football ship, hit them.
Same way they've done to every other sport. They have gotten to be first by taking down everything in their way, and they do so violently and quickly.
It also makes you wonder if you're college football, are you sure you're going to wait till Saturday? Why not play midweek? It's a TV show after all, right? The kids aren't in school. I mean, it's finals week. We know how important that is to college football teams around the country.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further because we
DC, the Irish can never be a top 4 seed. That was the agreement. The penalty for not being in a conference was they can't be a top 4 seed. They can never get a bye.
David Sampson's out of the country. He's off this week.
Yes. But he'll be back next week. Yeah, I have to admit, D2, D3, and NAIA have been playing 16 plus games for so long. And they don't play it with multiple weeks off either. They just play them. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, there's actually Division 1A or 1AA. The FCS title game is about 2-3 weeks removed from the semifinal. But as soon as regular season ends, they go boom, boom, boom. And then there's a bit of a break till the title game. DC, they are not going to reward Notre Dame until they join a conference. Okay. They've acknowledged that Notre Dame is popular and has sway by, saying, no, we want you to be part of the playoff. But the conferences are not going to give Notre Dame what they can earn. No, Irish football. And the reason I don't see them joining a conference is that no one's willing to give them an ultimatum. No one's willing to shut them out. I've said it for a long time. Mark has said it for a long time. If we were the Big Ten, we would be playing ultimate hardball with Notre Dame. We would say, because they've invited Notre Dame twice to join their conference, and Notre Dame obviously has said no both times. And whenever it is that they're going to invite Florida State and whoever else they're going to invite, we would call Notre Dame up and say, here's the deal. Do you want to join our conference? And before you say no, you need to realize this will not only be the last time we invite you, but we will not play you in any other sport effective immediately.
Except for hockey, because you're currently in the Big Ten Conference in hockey.
And if I was the Big Ten, would work to kick them out. I mean, that's what this is big business. You play hardball, okay? No one's played hardball with Notre Dame. If they want Notre Dame in a conference, they're going to have to back them into the corner. Otherwise, they've shown consistently they don't want to join. They don't. They love their independence. They're proud of it. Well, DC, it'd be Tony Petitti in the Big Ten. I mean, that's it. Because Notre Dame's not joining the SEC. Okay. Now, we've said forever, we thought if they got backed into a corner, they could single-handedly save the ACC. Hell, we thought they're so big, they could recreate the Big East football conference if they wanted. They could. Syracuse, BC, Pitt, all those schools, they'd leave where they are. They'd go with Notre Dame. Well, Irish football, come on. Are you serious? Besides geography, right now it's also money. Big Ten gets more money than the SEC. And also to Notre Dame, academics actually mean something. And
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes after the hour. No David Sampson today. If you haven't noticed, he's out of the country traveling, couldn't do the show. And believe me, he has moved mountains. He has gotten up on an hour and a half sleep to do our show from all parts of the globe, but couldn't do it today. And so David Sampson next Tuesday. By the way, no Seth Everett tomorrow. Don't know how many of you follow Seth on social media. Seth's mom died Sunday. And happened quickly. She wasn't in the best of health, but the fact it happened as quickly as it did was a little bit of a surprise. Seth's doing okay. Talked to him yesterday. He's doing okay. All right. The daughters are a bit bummed, but Seth's hanging in there. To give you an idea, I hope people appreciate this. All right. And I didn't know
if you were going to go here today. I really didn't.
I don't even know how Miller and Moulton feel about this. So we'll just do this without having discussed it between each other. We both know the fact. We have not discussed how we feel about it. So I talked to Seth yesterday, and I say to him, and he tells me the funeral is Wednesday at 11. And Seth normally comes on the show Wednesday at 8. Not that it mattered, because obviously once we heard his mom died, okay, we're obviously, Seth's not going to be on this week. And Seth says, listen, I got to be honest. I love doing your guys' show. And the funeral's not till 11, and it's literally right across the street. So, and I shut him down, and I went, no, what are we going to do? Joke about your mom's death?
Well, we could joke about other things.
Right. But to give you an idea how loyal Seth is to not just Miller and Moulton, but he really likes our audience. Okay. Even though a lot of our audience is not crazy about Seth because his politics have been different than theirs. But Seth likes that. Seth wants to exchange, ideas.
Exactly. And
right,
thought and wants it to be conversational.
Yes.
Not confrontational.
And so he really likes our audience, besides the fact that the three of us get along really well. But he literally said, well, it's not for another 3 hours. And literally, her funeral's right across the street. I'm going to walk to it, for goodness sakes. So we shut him down. We went, no.
I am surprised you shut him down. And I say this, and I'm being serious. When your dad passed away, we begged you not to do the show. And you're like, I have to do the show.
Well, I was stuck in town. I had nothing to do. I living in Florida. My dad died in Jersey. My dad died. I'm trying to think if he died on a Monday morning or a Tuesday morning. But anyway, I woke up to the phone call that he had passed. At the time, we were in the afternoon. And so I called you guys. At the time, we had a producer, John, and I talked to the two of you and said, listen, I'm going to have to take at least one day off. I think it's only going to be one day. Okay. But I'm going to have to take a day off. My dad died and what have you. And you guys were nice. And you're like, well, take today off. No. What am I going to do? Sit around the house?
I need to work today. And so I thought with that, you would say Seth may want to work, and you never know when you have someone at that emotional state, what could come out. But probably best we left him off.
I think it is best that we, gave him the day off. In my case, though, you're right. You two were being very nice. And I'm like, no, guys, really, I need to work. Okay. I need to do the show. We need to laugh, talk about some things that are not that important. Okay. Otherwise I'm going to sit around, think about my dad. And also, my relationship with my dad was not a normal, healthy father-son relationship. He was a really good guy. He was not a good father. Okay. He just, you have to be responsible and you have to be there to be a dad. And my dad was funny as hell. My mother summed him up perfectly. If you had a week left to live, you'd spend it with my dad. He was a good time. He told great stories. All right. And encountered a lot of people and a lot of different things. He was fun. Father? Not really. More like an uncle. Okay. More like an uncle who lived out of state.
And that's what we've now become, Uncle David and Uncle Mark, trying to tell you a couple of stories, help
Right.
you out a little bit, tell you which way not to bet, because that's the way we're going on a game or two.
Exactly. Unless we come up with a system. Our systems are pretty good.
When's
So,
college basketball start again? It's the last time we've been good.
boy, come on now. Our doubleheader thing, we're like 8-4 with doubleheader. We didn't even bet the last one, thankfully, because they swept. Twins swept over the weekend. We didn't know there was a Sunday doubleheader. So, but yeah, so no David Sampson today. He's literally out of the country. No Seth Everett tomorrow. Although Seth did, and this is so Seth did say, hey, if you could tell your audience that Sports with Friends is done. Okay, so there will be a Sports with Friends. If they could just download that, I'd really appreciate it. I go, so you want me to sell your mom's death for sympathy to get more downloads with Sports with Friends? He goes, yeah, I think my mom would appreciate that. Okay.
Well played, Seth. Well played.
So there you go. So he's not coming on the show, but he really would like you to download Sports with Friends. So there you have it. Pat Kerwin and John Forsland scheduled to join us tomorrow, if that's okay. Talk a little NFL and a little NHL. So there. So gut feeling about the Panthers tonight.
I think they get it done, but I don't think it's what Boston did last night, if you know what I mean. I think it's more hard fought because Edmonton will play like they did in game one. They will play very desperate. I think Bob, after the bad game, will respond with a great game tonight. I think defensively, Florida will be much better, and they're going to hit everything that moves once again. And I think Florida wins this game, 3-1, 3-2 type game. They want to keep the game. They do not want to let Edmonton get going, and they'll do everything to slow them down. They've done a great job other than one game in slowing Edmonton in the neutral zone, not allowing them to get any type of really the great speed what they had with Draisaitl and McDavid to enter the zone. They've slowed them down, and I think that'll happen again tonight.
It's funny. I think Florida whacks them. And I'm not saying 8-1, but I think Florida does to them. What was the game? Was it game 2? Even though game 2 was 1-1 going to the third, Florida was dominating the game and then won 4-1. I don't know. I think Florida's going to be a little angry. And also, Florida's going to be like, we do not want to go back to Edmonton. And none of those guys, has anybody on that team won the cup with Florida? Did somebody win it somewhere else? Probably somebody.
Yes.
But, there's not a lot of guys there who have, skated around with Lord Stanley. And Paul Maurice also. Has he coached the most games?
Yes.
I mean, we were talking about Al Horford with the Celtics, second most playoff games ever played without winning a ring until last night. Paul Maurice says he's the most wins without a cup, right?
That is correct.
In the history of the league.
In the history of the league, David. He's at 800 and whatever, however many games he's coached. He's won a ton of games, but obviously not the last one.
And he was the coach of the Hartford Whalers, correct?
That's correct.
Wasn't he their last coach, who then became the first coach of the Carolina Hurricanes?
Right.
So, I mean, Paul Maurice has been coach because he's like 57 years old. That's the other thing. Paul Maurice could coach another 10 plus years. And I know they kind of get away from hockey coaches. You get into the 60s in hockey, they're kind of done with you, unless, of course, you've won Lord Stanley.
Tell you what, with the way he's been in press conferences, they could move him right to the booth.
Listen, I think you keep him around an extra year or two. Pre and post game alone, Paul Maurice has to help local ratings. He's been tremendous television. Well, listen, Barkley announced his retirement, says he's only doing one more year, then he's retiring. So, somebody's got to replace Chuck.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty.
Thank you, Martin.
I'd forgotten the Rodriguez one. The Tarasenko one I knew and didn't spit out in time. Oh, and Verhaeghe won with Tampa. David.
Oh, that's right. So we think we've got Tarasenko, Rodriguez, and Verhaeghe.
Correct.
What is it? Only 4 draft picks of their own? 3 or 4? The whole rest of the team is acquired via trade, free agency, or off waivers. JDR, I think after game 4, Bob needs to play really well tonight. I think Bob getting bombed opened the door for Barkov to win the Conn Smythe. Could be wrong. Until Draisaitl got on the score sheet in game 4, he'd gone 3 straight games without a point. He hadn't done that in 5 years. Yeah, but Irish football, if Notre Dame joined the Big Ten,
no, I don't believe pro teams mail in games to win a game at home, ever.
No.
It's too hard to win.
Nope. But Irish football, that's $67 million. If Notre Dame, first off, every school in the Big Ten makes more than that now. And if Notre Dame joined the Big Ten, what that would do to that TV deal. Right, Irish football. And that's why if I'm the Big Ten, I would have the freedom to boycott them.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes before the hour. Keith Smith to join us at the top of the hour. Look back at title number 18 for the Celtics. David Dwork, an hour from now. The cup is in the building tonight, although it was in the building Saturday night in Edmonton. Florida didn't even get close to touching it. How close do they get to touching it tonight? Will they hoist the sucker? Will they dance around with it? We'll find out. And we'll talk about a legalized sports monopoly as of yesterday and what it means for the sports bettor in the state of Florida. Daniel Wallach to join us in about 75 minutes' time.
All right, a couple of things. First off, there were three players on Florida's team that have won the Stanley Cup.
Okay.
Verhaeghe won it with Tampa. Tarasenko won it with St. Louis. And Rodriguez won it with Colorado. So thanks to those of you who chimed in on the text line and Twitch chat room with that information.
Thank you.
Secondly, for those that have asked on X and on the text line and in the Twitch chat room, yes, the podcast will be up today. Yesterday's will be up today after the show. We were unable to get on certain computers yesterday. Therefore, I was unable to edit said podcast, so I will be doing a lot of editing following today's show.
Yes, and Mark, a few people reached out to me and said, hey, and I said, some days you're just thankful to get on the air. I go, Miller and Moulton had one of those days on Monday. I go, so, cut us a little slack. Okay, cut us a little, trust me, about 5:54 yesterday, we weren't getting on the air. 5:56 yesterday, weren't getting on the air. And even after 6 o'clock, we weren't on the air everywhere we were supposed to be on the air. So it was an interesting day yesterday. So.
It all started when I showed up for work yesterday and my key card didn't work.
What's up with that?
The back door's busted. It's not.
Oh. So it wasn't a personal thing.
No. And you miss a couple of days.
Oh, that's true. I forgot about that's right. You took Thursday, Friday off.
And you show up on Monday morning a little early because you'd missed a couple of days. And that's my nature. I show up a little early. All producing and the things I'm doing now still freaks me out a little bit. So I wanted to even get here again a little early on Monday to make sure everything was set and working the proper ways. And then, well, it was not. And it started with the back door not opening.
I know. I got that text from you at like 5:30. Back door won't work. What? My key card won't work. I'm like, they got rid of them. Because the funny thing is, behind the scenes, we're trying. Mark needs a certain level of security clearance to now be able to produce the way our producers have been able to produce.
And you would think we're trying to get the nuclear codes.
Right. I mean, we're only trying to do the highest rated show on their station for free. Okay, that's all. I mean, we really are. We're trying to help them out. And we're running into security clearance issues. And yesterday we ran into couldn't get in the damn building issues. Hey, we talked about it earlier because of his girlfriend, Paul Skeens, the Pirates pitcher. Mark, a quality start last night.
Another one.
All of 6 innings.
Yep.
Boy, he's really a workhorse. Future
7
ace.
strikeouts, 1 run. Had a great outing.
Future ace of the staff. That's it. It's the number 1 starter right there.
Those are number 1 starter numbers, David. 6 innings, 7 strikeouts.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, I don't want to sound like old guy. Get off my lawn guy or anything. But stumbled upon this the other day, and it really made me sad. It did. Made me sad. Mark, I wonder going forward, how football has devalued the running back, although the Niners are single-handedly trying to get running backs paid because they keep throwing more and more money at Christian McCaffrey. But I wonder if going forward, teams will start to value the starting pitcher more in baseball. I just wonder, as if they realize, listen, everybody's going to break down. It doesn't matter how we treat these guys. They're all throwing so hard now. Apparently, everybody's going to have Tommy John. Well, in that case, Mark, why aren't we running them into the ground? I'm being very serious. Why not
David, it's funny. I have a post from X Up in front of me that a buddy of mine sent from Super 70 Sports, a site that you and I both like a lot. And it's a picture of Nolan Ryan that says Nolan's arm was so damaged by the first 5,000 innings of his career, he was only able to strike out 16 Blue Jays when he no-hit them at age 44. It's a cautionary tale for all young pitchers.
Right. And his arm did eventually blow out. In 1993, he made his major league debut in the late 60s. Right. So along the lines of, 6 innings of 1 or 2 run ball, Mark, that's a quality start. So I stumbled upon Bob Gibson in 1968. He made 37 starts.
How many complete games, David?
Well, Mark, he pitched into extra innings 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. So I don't know if all the times he pitched into extra innings, they were all complete games or not. But let's just assume they are. And by the way, 1 game he went 12. 2 games he went 11. 1 game he went 10. And clearly 1 game he lost because he went 9 2/3. They obviously got to him in the 10th. But Mark, out of the 37 starts, how many times did Bob not go 9 innings?
2.
Well, it's a little more than that.
5?
It's 8 starts that he didn't go 9.
Okay.
But it's only 2 starts that he didn't go 8. So 5 times Gibson pitched 8 innings. 2 times he pitched 7. His first 2 starts of the year, he pitched 7 innings. Coming out of spring training, which, remember, they worked their way into shape in spring training back in the day. So he did 7 innings his first 2 starts. For the next 35 starts, Mark, he went a minimum of 8 innings. He threw 313 plus innings. It averaged 8.5 innings a start. Right. He had pitched in the majors for almost 10 years when he threw that season out on the board. Now, they throw harder today. And I guess its shoulders and elbows apparently can't hold up like they could back in the day. Because Gibson threw in the 90s. He did. He threw a fastball in the low 90s, had a wicked slider, which is supposed to be awful for you. I mean, yeah, 37 starts. 37. That's not once every 5 days. 40-41 is once every 4 days. So 37 starts, 313 plus innings. And by my calculation there, almost 30 complete games in a season. By the way,
now we're able to get 30. What do we get for complete games in a season now combined?
I don't know if we get as many complete games
as
Gibson had. I mean, do we get a complete game a week? There's 26 weeks in a baseball season. Do we get a complete game a week?
I don't believe so.
So, and I'm just wondering if, baseball continues to evolve and pound stats and this, that, and the other thing. And I'm wondering, will they, we think right now, wide receivers are getting paid. And we're wondering, actually, with the way football has changed from the high school level, college level, that, wait a minute, you can find a Puka in the 5th round. You can find the guy on the other side of him in the 3rd round. Why do you need to? Can't you make the argument pretty soon we can find wide receivers almost the way we can find running backs?
Well, that's what the Niners are thinking with Ayuk. By all accounts, he was saying that they don't want him.
Right. And now we're trying to figure out, does that mean they don't want him today or they don't want him after this season when he's a free agent? Deebo Samuel's trying to tell Ayuk, by the way, just be patient. They did this with me. Be patient. You'll get paid. Be patient.
Hey, with the cap going up and all the guys they're paying, somebody's got to come up on the short end.
Well, the other thing is, like, Deebo got paid. I think Deebo got like 22 a year. Okay. Ayuk's looking at him going, dude, 22 is not that great anymore. No offense. I'm looking to get paid more than you. Whether you think you're better than me, whether they think you're better than me. I don't know what to tell you. You see what the number 2 receivers are getting in Philly and Miami? They're getting more than what you're getting paid.
Go back to the line that Tua said, the rate is the rate.
Yep.
Don't know what to tell you.
But I'm wondering if you're Major League Baseball, do you just come to the conclusion, listen, I might as well run these guys in the ground.
Yeah, but David, the analytics say you can't come back for that 7th, 8th, and 9th inning. You only can go through a lineup so many times.
I don't know, Mark. When you throw the ball like 97, 98 miles an hour, I would think that would,
negate some analytics.
I mean, like the guy in Houston earlier this week, he had a no-hitter through 7. He had thrown 94 pitches. Okay. We're taking him out at 94. Well, we don't know if he can get a complete game. Oh, could you try? I mean, how about we just throw him out for the 8th? I mean, what if he has an 8, 9, 11 pitch inning? Now he's got 102, 103, 105 pitches going to the 9th with a no-no? Come on now. Now, Mark, here's what I don't understand. They've now reduced it to 100 pitches. If you take a look at all the pitchers, they're getting them out in the high 90s, very low 100s. It wasn't that long ago. It was $120. Listen, it's not helping, Mark. Guys are not staying healthier.
No, they are not.
So why are you taking them out? Seriously, why are you taking them out sooner? It's not helping. If they're going to have, if the assumption from every organization about every pitcher now is everybody's going to have Tommy John at least once, well, then what's there to protect? Throw him out there, run him into the ground. He gets TJ. Year and a half later, start throwing him back out there. Let's go. It's like being a running back, right? I don't get it.
Well, they believe they're a little more valuable than a running back because there aren't as many. I mean, there aren't as many of them, and there are as many of them, but you know what I'm saying. You need a handful per team.
Just, I guess I'm waiting for the one organization to decide. What are we doing? Take the guy out after 95 pitches. Okay, it ain't doing us any good. We're running our bullpen. I mean, that's the other thing. Bullpens are being run into the ground. If you think an extra inning per start is not a big deal, it's a big deal. It's an extra 150 innings a year from your starters. It's a lot of bullpen innings there. I mean, a lot of relief pitchers throw 50, 60 innings a season. I mean, that's like 3 relievers worth of innings if you keep your starter in for one more inning start. That's a lot. All right, that's it. I'm done. No more baseball.
No, that's all right. I enjoyed that. I love where your head's at, but you know that that's not the case. They won't pitch them more. If anything, they'll pitch them less. And
28 complete games, by the way, and 68 for Gibson.
We won't have that many this year. Combined.
It was the year of the pitcher. The mound was raised. His ERA was like 1.12. I mean, Yaz won the batting title at like 3.01. I mean, the pitchers dominated that year. I get it, but I don't know. Just trying to make a point. I mean, Seaver had like 200-something complete games. I don't know. He after 20 years, the arm blew out. Okay. Through, by the way, mid-90s, most of his career.
and threw similar pitches to what they're throwing now.
And threw constantly in between starts and pitched on 4 days rest the first half of his career. I don't know. Miller and Moulton. All right. How about them Celtics? Title number 18. Keith Smith. Talk a little hoop. Next.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of experience. The information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, time is of the essence to maintain your driving privileges. Call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung for a free consultation. At the law firm of
You beat me to it. Sonny, that's what we said at the time he did it. We said, when will the Rays be in that position again? Game 6 of the World Series. About 2 base runners through 5. 1 out in the 6th. The guy gets a 19-hop base hit up the middle. And you take him out. And you brought in a reliever who had given up runs in his last 3 appearances. Made no sense. It should. I mean, the Dodgers were the better team, but Sonny, he wasn't done as a Met. The owner was cheap, didn't want to pay him. And he had the most high-profile columnist in the city on his side. And it was bashing Seaver and his wife on a regular basis. Awful.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the 3rd hour of Miller and Moulton on this Tuesday. Thanks so much for being with us. In 35 minutes, we'll head to South Florida. David Dwork covers the Panthers. The Cup is in the building. Will they skate with Lord Stanley tonight? And an hour from now, our sports legal expert, Daniel Wallach, will join us to discuss what the Supreme Court did yesterday and how that will affect bettors in Florida for the next generation. But Keith Smith's kind enough to join us once again. He of Spot Rack and the NBA Front Office Show on YouTube. Follows Keith on X at Keith Smith NBA, Keith Smith NBA. Keith, it's David and Mark. Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you for having me.
Listen, you spent a lot of time around the Celtics the last half dozen years. You know, you did Celtics blog. You were part of that for a long time. I'm just curious your thoughts. You're not part of the organization. You're not going to get a ring, but you know these guys well. Your thoughts last night as you watched it unfold.
Yeah, it was it felt like this one was a long time coming for this group, for certain members of it, for sure. Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, Al Horford. Those guys, they've been there. They've been the core guys. Horford left for a little bit, but one of Brad Stevens' very first moves as general manager was to get him back and bring him back to Boston. And they went through it. They had some tough losses over the years in the Eastern Conference Finals, lost in NBA Finals, but just stayed together and kept going. And then Stevens and ownership and Joe Mazzulla making it all happen with going out and getting new players and incorporating guys like Kristaps Porzingis and Drew Holiday. With Holiday, it happened on the day before training camp opened, so not a lot of time to come together, but it all did come together, and it felt like it was years and years of effort and hard work and heartbreak finally overcome and paid off.
Just how good, in your estimation, was this Celtic team? I mean, they 16-3 in the postseason, but everybody kind of passed over what they did in the East because of who they played. So how good was this team?
Yeah, I think this team is right up there. I'm not going to say they're the greatest team of all time. I wouldn't suggest that, but I think, when all is said and done and you get a little bit of time and distance from it and people start to look at it a little bit more, I think they may come back with this was one of the top maybe 5 or 10 teams. They were historically good offensively. Joe Mazzulla decided when he took over, I want to play a certain way, and some nights the shots may not fall. And sometimes in games we may go cold, but I'm going to believe that if you shoot enough threes with enough good shooters, with 5 players on the floor that can all dribble, pass, and shoot, it's going to work out for you in the end. And that was huge. And then the fact that they kind of rampaged through the regular season, they went 64-18, which is already a pretty good record. But then they were able to just completely dominate teams too. They did 20-point leads in more than half the games they played this season. They had I think it was at the end of the regular season, it was the 4th best net margin of victory that we've ever seen in the NBA. And then in the playoffs, they had a couple stumbles here and there, and a couple times it didn't look so good, but for the most part, they rolled right through the playoffs as well. So I think, when we get a little bit of distance from it, I think a lot of people are going to come around to this was one of the all-time great teams.
Was there ever problems with Tatum and Brown? Because goodness knows, we in the media and, fans, I mean, we can kind of throw a lot of noise out there where sometimes maybe there just isn't any. All your years covering the Celtics, did Tatum and Brown on the court, off the court ever have issues, or was it just a matter of winning is hard?
Yeah, it's more of the last part there. The winning is really hard. I think there were never issues between the two of them personally or off the court. Those two guys have been like brothers since Jason Tatum came in. Jaylen Brown was there 1 year ahead of him. Jason Tatum came in, and the two of them have bonded ever since and have been super, super tight. On the court, I don't know. I don't want to call it issues, but I think it was just learning how to figure it out. And I think what gets forgotten a little bit was these were two guys who got really kind of thrown right into it. In their Jason Tatum's rookie season, Gordon Hayward, 5 minutes into the first year, the prized offseason acquisition, breaks his leg. Kyrie Irving and it leads the team, and then when we get into the new year around the beginning part of March, he's out for the season due to knee surgery. And it was really, all right, young fellas, you guys are going to take us there. And then the next year was a complete and utter disaster. They had way too many guys who needed to play, too many guys who wanted the ball. And then you turned it over to Tatum and Brown when they were in their early 20s and basically said, all right, it's your team, take us there. And they weren't prepared for that. They were very good, and those teams were pretty good. But those two young guys they had to learn how to play together, how to work off of each other, and how to work in, 3 teammates on the floor with them at all times. It became a huge thing. This year was talk about sacrifice from day one before the season started. It was, all right, we got to, someone has to come off the bench. Al Horford volunteered to do that. But it was a lot of talk of, I can't take all the shots. We have to move the ball. We all have to give it up. Some nights you only may get 10 shots instead of your normal 15 or 20. And I think those two guys finally put it all together and figured it out.
On the other side, just how surprised were you at Kyrie's performance in the finals? He struggled. He admitted how much that Boston was in his head, and just his struggles in the finals and your thoughts.
Yeah, I thought the Celtics were going to have a pretty good chance on him. Drew Holiday has been one of the better defenders on Kyrie, going back to when Kyrie was with the Cavs and the Celtics, never mind the Nets, and now the Mavs. Holiday's always done a pretty good job on him. I think he's got both the quickness and the size and strength to contest. And I think the difference for Kyrie, instead of finding Karl Anthony Towns on a switch or Ivica Zubac or whoever, he was getting into guys who could move their feet and they could make it difficult on him. And not only could they stay in front of him, but then they had enough speed and quickness and length to contest his shots too. So I think, there's certainly a part of it where, it's been a rough go for him in Boston since he left the Celtics, especially since his last year with the Nets. But I think the Celtics are equipped to defend him a little bit better than most other teams.
All right, let's get into both these teams going forward. with the Celtics. I mean, obviously, next year, Brown and Tatum will be 27 and 26. I mean, it's kind of laughable how the careers they're going to end up having. But Horford's 38, under contract for one more year. Porzingis, this foot, this surgery, this is tricky with his injury history. I mean, is this run with this core maybe shorter outside of Brown and Tatum? Drew's in his 30s. I mean, just how long does this group have together? We know about Brown and Tatum, but the supporting cast, Keith.
Yeah, I think this group together, you're looking at another year, maybe two-ish, because I don't know what Al Horford's going to do. The assumption is that he will come back and play again next year, but there's been some talk that maybe he could retire now that he's won a championship, but it sounds like he's probably going to come back, and I think you mostly see the Celtics run it back next season. You're absolutely right. Porzingis is going to have surgery. I already talked. It's going to be a several month long process for him to get back to where he needs to be. So my guess is he'll be limited out of the gate next season, and they'll take their time with him because they know what the end goal is. The end goal isn't to win a whole bunch of games in November and December. The end goal is get back to competing for a title. So you're going to see them kind of replenish as best they can around those guys. They'll lose a couple guys for sure, because that always happens. But the main core of the team will be back for at least one more year, maybe a couple years after that. And then it becomes up to Brad Stevens and that front office group of how do we move on from guys while we continue to rebuild around Tatum and Brown to maximize everything that duo is over the next several years.
And that duo obviously has done a hell of a job so far, now getting the title, number 18 for the Celtics last night. When you look at the Mavs going forward, what do they need to add to get over the cliff with the Boston? Because obviously they were outmatched in this series.
Yeah, I think some of it is experience. Obviously, I know that's something the Celtics would say is, that this is the best teacher in the world and the best thing you can add. But I think for Dallas, it's just find more defenders. They had too many holes defensively that Boston could attack all series long. So that was a challenge there. So you've got to get that part of it figured out. But they've got some guys on the roster who are pretty good players. Derek Lively, I think, will be their starting center for sure next year. I think he'll kind of move past Daniel Gafford. Gafford will move into being a very high-end backup. And then I liked what I saw from Josh Green in the finals. He's a younger player. He's under contract for a couple more seasons, but he went out there and he didn't play with any fear. He was very competitive defensively. He took shots when he should have. And then from there, it's going to be, again, you got to find that balance around the roster. You've got to find the right kind of guys. Luka and Kyrie are special offensive talents, two of the best in the league, one of the best duos in the league offensively, but they're just not good defenders, and they probably aren't ever going to be great defenders. Kyrie's small on that end, and then Luka it's just not what he's going to do. He's just not fast enough. I think roster construction is important. I would think about, as I build out this roster, thinking of Luka as more of a 4 defensively, where you can allow him play bigger players, use his strength. I know that's still going to be an issue in the playoffs because the ball will find him. But in the regular season, the early rounds of the postseason, you let him kind of play that way where he's not having to chase guards around because that wears him down. And then build out the rest of your roster that way. But there's work to be done for sure.
Keith, we always appreciate your time and your insight. We know you're going to be busy these next few weeks. NBA free agency begins in earnest in a couple weeks. Keith, all the best to you and the family, and hopefully we can talk again, say, after the first wave of free agency.
That sounds great. I thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it.
Keith Smith, Spot Rack, and the NBA Front Office Show, which is on YouTube. Spot Rack, a deep analytics dive into the association. Gifted writer, good at what he does. Keith Smith, follow him on X at Keith Smith NBA. Keith Smith NBA. I think the Mavs need another shooter. And that may sound crazy, but to me, Luka and Kyrie are not great three-point shooters. They're streaky, but they're not consistently good. Dallas from 3 was horribly outscored in this series. Now, maybe it's a big who shoots a 3 because they also need size. I don't know. But to me, Mark, I think Dallas They also need another shooter.
Washington wasn't enough. They expected more out of him in the final. He didn't really give it to him. I think Luka's injury slowed him down shooting the ball, that he was banged up by the end of this. But you're right. He's a streaky three-point shooter. And Kyrie was just bad shooting the ball from beyond the arc in the entire series.
I mean, the Mavs scored 100 or more points once in this series. And, the OKC series was a slog as well. We'll see what they do. Miller and Moulton.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters.
Well, Deathstroke, my understanding of the NBA cap is if he's your guy, you can go over it to keep him. It's just a matter of, what level of tax you're going to pay. I don't think they can afford to lose him. Horford's 38. He's got 1 year left at 9.5. Yeah, I get it, but maybe go over for a year, because remember, in 2026, the cap's going to explode. with the new TV deal. Yeah, what he went 1.6. Portnoy did the Scheffler and the Masters Celtics NBA title double.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. David Dwork, Hockey News, Panthers podcast. He'll be in the building tonight. So will the Cup. Talk to him about the Panthers chase for their first ever Stanley Cup, Game 5 against Edmonton, coming up about 12 hours from now. They'll drop the puck on ABC. We'll talk about it with David Dwork in a little over 15 minutes.
Panthers blown out in Game 4. Maybe outplayed in Game 1. Thought that they were dominant in Game 2, dominant for 40 minutes in Game 3.
Yeah, and they were in control of the third period of Game 3, too. And then Edmonton got a dirty goal, if you will, the kind they hadn't been getting. They kind of threw one. It wasn't even on net. It was off net. Hit a Panther defenseman in like a head or the shoulder and bounced in. And all of a sudden they had life. And then they played a really good 10 minutes after that.
Be curious to see how Edmonton comes out, because now with Florida being able to match lines, with Barkov being on McDavid, what does Edmonton do early to try to put some pressure on the Panthers?
Well, the one danger, if you're Florida, Mark, is they had done 3 things unprecedented. McDavid hadn't scored a goal. Draisaitl hadn't had a point. And the power play hadn't scored either for Edmonton through 3 games. I mean, this is, as you have pointed out, this is a historically great power play. They were like 0 for 11 through the first 3 games. Not McDavid, Draisaitl had not gone 3 games in a row without a point in 5 years. And then McDavid to not have a goal in the first 3 games. And all of that changed in game 4. Everyone and everything got on the score sheet. McDavid scored a goal. Draisaitl had a bunch of points. The power play scored. Hell, they even got a shorty. So there is no more, 800-pound weight on their back, if you know what I mean. How big of a factor do you think that is that maybe Edmonton, because every game the pressure was ramping up on Edmonton, McDavid, Draisaitl, the power play. I mean, they got the questions game 1. They had like 5 power play opportunities. If they had scored 1 power play goal in game 1, that game might have been completely different. And I'm just wondering, now that Edmonton's off the Chris Berman schneid, do they play freely tonight?
I think they definitely play freely because when you're down 3-1, you better. If you're not playing freely at down 3-1 in a series, David, I don't know when you can. I really don't. They should have no care. But all that being said, they get able to get the puck down low and work Florida defensively? Or are the Florida defensemen going to be able to make the quick plays, get out of the zone, and do what they've been doing for the majority of the playoffs, and then just getting the puck up ice, getting their forecheck going, and making it really difficult on a defense that you've talked about, David, is not great?
Yeah, that's what I'm relying on. I mean, I picked Panthers in 5, and even though Edmonton was very impressive in game 4, I'm not changing that. I think ultimately Florida is just deeper. They'll work the Edmonton defense pairings. Nurse is a liability. Skinner and Net's a liability. Their bottom 2 lines give them nothing. And the fact that they got production out of them in game 4, I don't expect them to get much production out of them the rest of the series, no matter how long it goes. They don't want to go back to Edmonton. I mean, and also it's 3 more days of waiting. The hockey is decided this year because of how long the travel is. It's not an every other day thing. The rest of the way, they've waited 3 days to game 5. Well, guess what? If there's a game 6, it's 72 more hours. And then it'll be 72 more hours to game 7. They ain't changing it. Ain't moving it up. Which I have to admit, I think it's an advantage for Florida this time around, Mark, that it was 3 days, because Edmonton was dying to get on the ice yesterday. Edmonton wanted to get on a plane Sunday, fly to Florida, play Monday. They won 8-1 the last time they played. They wanted to go. Florida got a chance, go home, mentally reset. I like the Panthers tonight.
I'm with you. And your point on Edmonton is spot on, David, because when things go well, what do you want to do? You want to play. And I will be curious, to me, the big part of this game is Edmonton's first power play. Because both teams you would think both teams will get 2 power plays tonight.
Yeah.
It's an elimination game. I don't think there'll be many penalties called tonight. Can Edmonton get a goal on a power play early? And what that does for the game. What that does for Bobrovsky, who's coming off his worst performance in the postseason.
So game 5 tonight. Basketball's done. And hockey could end tonight. And you know what that leaves you with? Yep.
I know exactly what that leaves us with. Yep. See if I've got it right. What did you say? You said it this morning.
Orioles, Yankees.
67, 74, and 79.
Yeah. Just Skipping right over baseball, aren't we?
Magic numbers, David.
Yep.
You send them to me every morning.
I do.
67, 74, and 79. That's what we're left with. And then my countdown, because the Phil Steele book came digitally. When will the actual hardcover, or not the hardcover, but the actual magazine show up at the house?
Well, if you signed up for the VIP, I know that he mailed them out.
I know.
So probably this week.
Be running around like Steve Martin and the Jerk through my neighborhood. The new Phil Steele book is here. The new Phil Steele book is here.
I will say, may need it now more than ever. Think of all the conference realignment we've had between the Big 12 and the Big 10. Oklahoma, Texas joining the SEC. Stanford, Cal, and SMU joining the ACC. Although, did you see I think they've already announced, like, who's the ACC play in hoop now? Because it's not the ACC Big Ten Challenge anymore.
No, they play the SEC.
SEC?
Yeah.
Yeah. SMU got left out of it. Okay, there's like two, and I think it's a number of schools and what have you. But anyway, I saw the schedule, and I'm like, where's SMU? They left SMU out of it. Just like, we'll get around to you. It's kind of like, I don't know if the SEC said or the ACC said, you're in the conference, but not really.
Couldn't line them up against A&M?
Nope. It's just not part of the challenge. No. Unless I missed it, and I read it twice. Like, I don't see SMU. So, but you're right. 67, 74, 79. That's the number of days, week 0, week 1, and then Ravens Chiefs, 11 weeks Thursday. But I mean, we are, below 80. We're in the 6s and 7s with the first digit. Next thing you know, we come out of July 4th holiday, and it's like, oh, snap. Ooh, we can do this. Hall of Fame games on August 1st for those of you that just, yes. Plus, it's the Bears. Caleb Williams. David Dwork is next.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in
And he's calling us, right?
Yes. Look at Adam going Florida Lightning. No. Neither team nor their fans want anything to do with the other. It is remarkable, though. 5 years in a row, the Eastern Conference champion has been from the state of Florida. This whole decade. That's remarkable.
It really is.
Thank Wayne Gretzky.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes before the hour, Daniel Wallach to join us at the top of the hour. Gaming and sports legal expert. Tell us the ramifications of what the Supreme Court did yesterday and what it means to sports bettors in Florida. But first, the Cup is in the building, and so will he be. David Dwork, who covers the Panthers for the Hockey News and hosts the Hockey Show on the Libertard Podcast Network. Follow David on X, David Dwork, DWORK. David, it's David and Mark. Good morning. How do you feel this morning with the Cup in the building where you live?
I am equal parts excited and exhausted.
Well,
it should be fun. Hopefully, a little bit more fun for the Panthers than the other night in Edmonton with the Cup in the building.
how do you explain Game 4, David?
Well, I mean, simply put, the law of averages. Coming into the series, it was not expected to be as, I don't say as lopsided because it was more even than the 3-0 lead that Florida had. But, Edmonton, nobody expected this to be a short series. Nobody expected it to be a sweep. And Florida, what did they do? They held Edmonton to 4 goals through the first 3 games, I think it was. Now they come back and, they had that huge game. The speed was there. They were finishing their chances, which the first few games between Sergei Bobrovsky and goalposts, they were just not able to convert. So, I mean, I don't think it was anything particular that the Oilers did differently in Game 4 that they hadn't been doing in the first few games. Finishing their opportunities, maybe getting a little bit more, I don't want to say risky, a little bit more aggressive with their rush game, because they did, in addition to scoring all the goals they also had a ton of takeaway or giveaways in that game. It wasn't exactly a clean game for either team. I would expect Florida to tighten things up a little bit more, get a little bit more in the Oilers' face, take away a little bit more of their time and space, which they, for whatever reason, they weren't doing as well in Game 4. But probably wouldn't expect a hugely different game from either team. I think they're both just going to be trying to do what they do and impose their will a little bit more. And that's been an area that the Panthers have had a lot of success. So, we'll see. It should be just a little bit better action, lower scoring, you would think, unless it gets out of hand, which, we've seen some of these elimination games where it gets out of hand and then suddenly the winning team kind of goes a little bonkers. It's happened to the Panthers a couple of times. So, either way, it should be fun. They've had 2 days off to prepare for this. So I'm just excited to get back into the building and see how it all plays out.
Yeah, let's talk about. I mean, much was made. Obviously, they were delayed travel wise because of the heavy rains, but it didn't seem to affect them in game three. Did they leave right after the game and get back at 6 a.m. Sunday morning? So, Sunday was a day off, and then yesterday was a normal, practice film day, and then morning skate today and play tonight. Were they back on their normal schedule?
Yeah, so when they flew out to Edmonton, we all know they kind of waited an extra day. The Panthers said that that was just part of their rest recovery plan. Some people speculated maybe they held off for Sasha Barkov. You remember he had that tough hit that he took in game 2, and we didn't really know what his status would be moving forward. This time, once the game 4 ended in Edmonton on Saturday, the Panthers they flew out on Sunday, so they got home. As you said, the day after. They did not practice that day. They did have a skate yesterday, and then today they're going to have their morning skate in a couple hours. So yeah, much back to their routine. But they didn't really point to anything particular other than that they weren't happy with how they played in terms of game 4. But routine-wise, everybody's back to normal. The Panthers, you've been talking about Paul Maurice and the impact he has in this team, and he's been his usual chill self. Even the most upset we've seen Paul, I think, was after that game 2 when we didn't know what was going on with Barkov. He was really upset. It did not feel like a win. Speaking to him after game 4 in Edmonton, when they got shellacked by 7 goals, it was like, yeah, that was bad, but we're a good team. We know we can get this to being a good team. That's what we're going to do. So if Edmonton comes out tonight and has another big effort and Florida doesn't have any answers for it, then I think you're going to see a bit more concern from Maurice and his players. But they've done such a good job of bouncing back throughout the season and the playoffs. I mean, in this whole playoff run, the only time they lost consecutive games was the 2 overtime games they lost to the Rangers in games 2 and 3. And then they won 3 straight games, as they've done every single playoff series in this playoff so far, as they've won 3 games in a row. So until Edmonton shows that they can do something that nobody's done to the Panthers at this point, and Florida has something to worry about, I'd expect them to maintain their confidence heading into one more game at least, right?
And obviously, Barkov played just fine, so no worries there. But it seems as if in game 4, you talked about time and space, that Edmonton had a lot more time, a lot more space. Is this just a simple fix of doing what Florida's done so well in the neutral zone, of not allowing teams to get speed and slowing Edmonton down that way?
I think that's the start. I think it starts both in the neutral zone and in the Panther zones, or in the opposing zone, as they're trying to get their exits. It all starts there for the Panthers. But I think what we heard a lot from Paul Maurice this year, and I've asked him about it a couple of times during the playoffs, is he's often said that when things aren't right with the team, or when they don't like how they're playing, him and his staff can go into the video room, as they do after every game, and they can identify 1 or 2 specific elements of the team's game that he wants them to zero in on that can snap them right back into form. And when I asked him about that the other day, he just pointed back to the way that they were defending tightly. And Gus Forsling mentioned the same thing. So I think that they're probably going to have a couple of things just to zero in on, as he has all year. The tight gaps are something that they've mentioned a lot. And it makes sense with the speed that Edmonton has and what they showed in game 4. But based off of that kind of a track record and what Maurice and his staff has done, I would imagine that they've probably had 1 or 2 things for them to zero in on, that they hammered them pretty hard yesterday with their video, and that they're all going to be feeling pretty good about it now, because this is a team, as you guys have said multiple times during these conversations that we've had, that this is a team that just is really difficult for other teams to match up with and match what they bring to the table. And I think Florida's got that confidence that they're going to do the same thing tonight. They're going to get back on the same page, doing what they've done all year, and have the same success that they've had.
David Dwork, who covers the Panthers for the Hockey News, and he hosts the Hockey Show on the Libertard Podcast Network. Follow David on X at David Dwork, DWORK. Haven't had the need, after having won 6 straight playoff games, to make a roster change of any kind, and it's usually a token 4th line move. But we've talked about it. The Panthers really have 5 lines. They've had a quality line that's been sitting out. Do you think after an 8-1 loss that Paul Maurice makes even one roster move just to get the guys' attention?
Would not be terribly surprising. What he's done throughout the playoffs is when he's done any roster move, which I think 3 or 4 total in the 4 rounds to this point, is he swaps out those fourth line wingers. He started the playoff with Lombard and Cousins. Lombard was sick. They switched after the first game in Tampa. They switched to Lorenz. Those two have gotten the meat of the run to this point. They had a couple big goals early on, and they've just been playing very responsible. But that being said, as you just mentioned, 6 straight wins over the course of 3 weeks between the 2 playoff rounds. They haven't had to make any changes. And, the old adage, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Yesterday at practice, Ryan Lombard was taking the regular shifts on that fourth line with Kevin Stenlund and Kyle Okposo, which would, if that's what it plays into today, then suddenly you've got one winger getting shifted in and not 2. It would make sense if that's how it plays out. We don't know because Bennett and Kachuk took a day off yesterday. So Lorenz and Cousins were both taking their line rushes on the second line, which kind of would indicate that that's what the scratches do. Lombard being on the fourth line made us kind of lift our eyebrows like, maybe he's going to get put in there. And Lombard's a high energy guy. So putting him into the lineup particularly, as we've seen in past years, how he can really get under the skin of the opposing teams during the playoffs. So that would not be a surprising move at all, just for the energy and for the physicality that Lombard brings. But again, with Paul Maurice, like he'll kind of, you want to wait until he says something for sure, especially in these situations where guys are sitting out. Wouldn't surprise me at all to see him pop one of these guys in there just because, as you said, they've basically got 5 forward lines of viable NHL playoff talent that they could put in there and be very comfortable with any of those players. But it would not surprise me after all these consecutive games the same way, after the way that Game 4 went in Edmonton, a little spark of energy from a guy like Ryan Lombard in the lineup. That's kind of a card that I wouldn't think Paul Maurice would hesitate to play.
Who's your leader in the clubhouse for the Conn Smythe right now? Is it Bobrovsky? And did that change at all after the 8-1 thrashing that they took, of which he gave up 5?
Yeah, that's tough because, in the same token, it would have been, I think the conversation has been, is it Bob or is it Barkov? And for the reasons that we would have been considering Barkov, which is more than just offensively, it's for his all-around game. After an 8-1 shellacking, I don't think either of them really improved their chances. So I would think the case is somewhat similar as it was heading into that game. And in my opinion, heading into that game, Bob had the slight edge just because he was kind of what I would think is the sexy pick. I did talk to a couple of Conn Smythe voters up in Edmonton, and it sounded very similar that while they're both getting some consideration, Bob would be getting the lean. But that being said, it's a very tight race from my understanding to this point. So either way could shake it out. So if Barkov goes out there, gets a hat trick, Bob goes out there, gets a shutout. Certainly either one of those would swing it. But then on the same hand, Connor McDavid goes out there and he has another big game. All of a sudden, we're talking about more than just Panthers for the Conn Smythe. So it should be an interesting race. If I had to give my guess, because I'm not betting on hockey right now for obvious reasons, but if I had to give my guess for who it would be, I would say if the Panthers pull it off, it'll probably end up being Bob.
If we had pulled you aside 6 years ago and said, hey, we've seen the future, and this is how it's going to play out, would you have believed it? Because 6-8 years ago, this was one of the worst 5 franchises in North American sports. This was a franchise that was talked about. It could relocate and no one would miss it, so to speak. And now, look at where you are. How would you have reacted 6 years ago if we pulled you aside and said, David, here's the future?
I probably would have looked around the room and wondered how, considering how much had to change from 2018, from 2018 to 2020, when you think about the things that happened in that time span before they even hired Bill Zito. It would have been very difficult to believe. I may have just asked you for a swig of whatever you were drinking at that point. It just seems so improbable when you think about all the changes that had to make, when you think about the turnover on the team, roster-wise, when you think about the front office is completely different. It's incredible what they've done the last few years. And you just kind of go down the list. Obviously, Paul Maurice, his hiring was huge to change the style of the team. And then that, go back to Bill Zito's hiring, the decision by Matt Caldwell to bring in Bill Zito and I cannot talk enough about what Bill Zito has done for this franchise from top to bottom. It's just been quite a turnaround. I think the fans, obviously they're loving it right now, but that core group of loyal fans that 9,000-10,000 people that were coming to every game every year. Those are the ones that I think about when, nights like tonight come around. Nights like tonight is like the only night that we've had down here, but like these big playoff nights that were, extinct basically in South Florida for, the better part of 2 decades. It's so cool. And I don't want to count my chickens till they hatch, but if this does end the way that a lot of fans are hoping it does, especially after they lost up in Edmonton the other night, if they can do it in front of their home fans tonight, not in a Game 7, tonight, I think that would be pretty amazing if it all plays out that way. I am, there's a part of me that I don't want to talk about it too much, but I am very much looking forward to if that happens, just kind of being in the building, feeling what that's like, being around the fans. It was cool to see how the Vegas fans responded last year when they got their Stanley Cup. I am very, very curious and excited to potentially hear what that could sound like and feel like in Amerant Bank Arena. So for the Panthers fans' sake, hopefully that happens tonight.
David, it'll be a big day and a long one. Thanks for spending part of it with us. Good luck tonight, and hopefully we can talk down the road.
It wouldn't feel like a big playoff game if I wasn't waking up early to talk to you guys. So it is all.
Well, hopefully it's the last wake up of the season. David Dwork, who covers the Panthers for the Hockey News and hosts the Hockey Show on the Le Batard Podcast Network. Follow David on X at David Dwork, DWORK. So when I went to Game 6, Rangers-Panthers, sat next to a guy, 30-year season ticket holder. And remember, this is their 30th season because the one season got canceled by, the lockout, what have you. And I said, you've sat here, and it was like 8 rows behind the goal. He goes, yeah. I go, every game? He goes, every game. Okay. And he was, even though they had won the conference title the year before, okay, last year was kind of a Cinderella run. The first time they went to the finals, it was a Cinderella run. This time they're one of the big dogs, and they delivered. And when they won, I shook his hand. I said, congratulations. He had tears in his eyes. He's a 70-something-year-old man.
A lot of time, a lot of money put into this for the fans. And as David talked about, there are diehard Florida Panther fans, although there's not a lot of them.
Nope.
Those people have put in their time, and hopefully tonight it will all come to fruition as they take on Edmonton and try to host Lord Stanley's Cup. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Daniel Wallach next.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need.
He should have it. I mean, I sent it.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I would think Koepka's at the game tonight. In fact, I'll be curious who they have banging the drum tonight. Don't you bring out Spo, Riley? I don't know if Riley'd do it. Might be beneath him, but
I like the Spo.
Championship coach, Dwayne Wade.
Udonis Haslem.
Ooh.
How will Dwayne Wade banging the drum affect LeBron's legacy?
Do you bring Marino?
Come on, Daniel.
Just keep an eye on the hotline just for whatever reason.
Heads on a swivel. Playing D back here.
I know. Because then if we don't get either, you got to call them.
Right.
Why don't you call them? And then when you're on the phone with them, you go, hey, we sent you the link. Morning.
Hi, good morning. Is this Mark?
It's can't hear you, Mark.
Oh,
No wonder my mic wasn't
No,
on. That's
there
why
you
you
go.
couldn't hear me.
Yeah, Mark in orange, David in gray. Good morning, Daniel.
thank you very much. Listen, I decided since we've reached the, I guess, the end of the line, at least on this legal battle, a personal appearance on video was in order. So
I love it.
That's very
Thanks
nice of you.
thanks for all you've done throughout this, Daniel. We really appreciate it. You've been great to us.
yeah, but I'm not going away. I think I'm going to be kind of pivoting into more of an advocate for change than analyzing, a case that's no longer around. But there are a couple of other possibilities for West Flagler to continue the legal battle. So
We got 5 seconds before we go. Hold on.
we're not on. Okay.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the Diamond District bonus hour on this Tuesday. Thanks so much for being with us. Thrilled to be joined once again by legal expert Daniel Wallach. He founded Wallach Legal. He analyzes the sports legal industry for The Athletic. He's co-host of a tremendous sports legal podcast called Conduct Detrimental. You can follow Daniel on X at Wallach Legal. Wallach Legal. Daniel, it's David and Mark. Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing about as good as can be expected following the disappointment of yesterday's Supreme Court announcement. But I'm health-wise and everything else, I'm doing great.
Well, why was it disappointing? Okay. I mean, the three of us always thought that this would get before the Supreme Court. It kind of did, but not really. But what's your disappointment?
That the Supreme Court didn't take the case, right? Yesterday's decision, or it wasn't even a decision, it was a denial of the application to be heard. And that's a fate that happens to 98% of the applications filed with the court. So it's not shocking on that level. But this is a dispute, a legal controversy that has such, widespread importance, impacting, the gaming industry and tribal state relations all across the country. And it leaves in place what I consider to be an anti-competitive and illegal. I mean, maybe not illegal under antitrust law, but illegal monopoly, potentially under equal protection and IGRA. But more importantly, it subjects Floridians and those who want to bet on sports to a single operator control until the year 2051. I mean, I'm willing to go onto your podcast and radio show for the next 28 years, but that's a really long time for a state as populous as Florida to be under the control of one entity based on a legal construct that does not pass muster under the federal law. But the DC Circuit disagrees with me, and I guess this is a battle to be waged in another forum and another day. And the situation in Florida is going to be the way it is now for at least the foreseeable future. But who knows?
When you say the foreseeable future, is there anything the West Flagler Group can do now, or have they run? I mean, did they run it up as far as they can run it?
On the IGRA issue, I think so. That's the low-hanging fruit. That was the best legal argument, the notion that the bets placed outside of Indian lands are somehow magically transformed to being on Indian lands because of the server. That's always been, I think, the most vulnerable aspect of the compact, at least under the Federal Indian Gaming Regulatory Act. There's case law. That was low-hanging fruit. They should have won on that, but they didn't. So now going forward, the remaining options are a new federal lawsuit, claiming that the tribal monopoly, to the detriment of non-tribal stakeholders, constitutes a violation of the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. That's a new case that will be brought in a Tallahassee federal district trial court. And what breathes life into that argument is Justice Kavanaugh raised it in the statement that he issued last year accompanying the court's denial of West Flagler's emergency application for stay. He wrote that the preference given by the state of Florida to the Seminole tribe raises serious equal protection concerns. So that's one route that West Flagler could take. I would expect them to pursue that, maybe not immediately, but at some point in this calendar year. I don't think they're going to pursue a Florida state court action under the Amendment 3 issue that the gambling outside of Indian lands from people's phones constitutes a violation of the state constitution. As a political and practical reason, it doesn't make any sense to spend years of litigation in a court or in an appellate court system that's been packed or at least appointed predominantly by Governor DeSantis. So even with a good legal argument, it's probably going to face a political type roadblock in the state court system. So I think we're looking at an equal protection challenge or potentially some other kind of lawsuit. But knowing West Flagler, they're among the most litigious. And I say that in a good way. They're fighters and they don't back down. And when they feel that they've been aggrieved, more so than any other pari-mutuel operator in the state of Florida, they've been willing to use the court system mostly to success. So I am skeptical that they have raised the white flag here. But the prospects for success obviously diminish with the IGRA issue out of the way.
So we have about a half dozen minutes left. This changes federal law, right? I mean, the other 40 states had to, in some cases had their eyebrows raised yesterday because now, I mean, if you're a tribe with some political sway in one of those other 40 states, can't you now try to go through the governor or the state legislature and change your existing gaming laws?
That's right. This decision, at least the DC Circuit's ruling, coupled with the new Department of the Interior rule that expressly allows internet gaming compacts, the combination of those two sources of law opens up opportunities and possibilities for tribes in other states, and the ones that are the most obvious standouts in terms of a tribal dominated political environment, at least when it comes to gaming, would be California, Oklahoma, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Oregon, Washington State. Let's start with with California, which had a ballot initiative in 2022 being soundly rejected by the voters. And one of those initiatives was proposed by the California tribes. They wanted to bring retail sports betting to their casinos, and the electorate rejected that with close to 70% of the vote. And of course, they more soundly defeated the online sports betting initiative brought by the commercial operators. So what could the tribes do now with this new source of law? Well, they could completely bypass this expensive and uncertain ballot initiative process and just seek amendments to their compact through agreements with Governor Newsom. And if the state legislature ratifies the compact, then the California tribes are potentially in business for retail sports betting, online sports betting, without ever having to subject it to voter approval. And that isn't true of online casino, because the California Constitution expressly prohibits the legislature from passing any casino expansion laws. But that doesn't apply to sports betting. So the tribes, instead of waiting until the 2028 general election for online sports betting, they could accelerate the process now by beginning negotiations with the governor's office to see if there's a pathway into a compact that the governor and the tribes find acceptable. Because I think with the governor, he realizes that without tribal acquiescence and without tribal involvement, sports betting will never come to the most populous state in the nation. So I think all roads within California have to go through the tribes. Governor Newsom probably recognizes that. So I think it accelerates the timeline for the legalization of in-person betting and online sports betting, maybe as early as 2026.
And so there's no grounds, if other West Flagler type groups in California were to challenge us because of what the way the DC Circuit Court handled IGRA, there's no looking back now for a state like California. There's nothing to oppose them to do this, correct?
There is legal risk because the DC Circuit's ruling has no binding effect in any other federal judicial circuit. And California is in the Ninth Circuit U.S. Court of Appeals. There's a case almost directly on point, California versus Ipai Nation, which was an Indian tribe that tried to operate internet bingo. And the Ninth Circuit U.S. Court of Appeals said any gambling like that's internet-based falls outside the scope of IGRA, and the location of the server doesn't matter. So if the California tribes pursue this expanded internet gaming through their compacts, there could be a legal challenge brought by a stakeholder which stands in the same shoes as West Flagler. It could be one of the dozens of California card rooms. And we could see a West Flagler type of lawsuit being brought in one of the federal district courts in California, relying on the Ninth Circuit decision. And what could ultimately happen is you could have conflicting rulings across the country, with the DC Circuit having already ruled in West Flagler, but now the Ninth Circuit, which I feel is already in conflict with the DC Circuit, having even more of a conflict, because now you have the issue of whether compacts can include internet gaming directly in play in both decisions. And that could hasten, or that could lead to ultimate U.S. Supreme Court review, maybe 3 to 5 years from now. It's a long way down the road. But if the Supreme Court ever is interested in hearing this case when a circuit split, manifests itself like that, it could have an impact on the Florida compact, depending on the outcome.
All right, 2 minutes left. Based on the way the world is now, will anything change if you're a bettor of sports in the state of Florida in the next 27 years?
That's a long time out. You're asking me to project, but within the next decade, I would think that the Seminole tribe are going to be the only, they're going to be the de facto sports betting operator for the state of Florida, because the compact does allow partnerships with the pari-mutuals, but the pari-mutuals can't choose their own, commercial operator websites. They have to go through the Hard Rock app. So the reason there's not going to be any other expanded sports betting within Florida is because the only way to do it legally outside of the compact is to have another ballot initiative. And the Seminole tribe, flush with all this gaming revenue, newfound gaming revenue, they're going to defend their sports betting monopoly to the maximum and would wage the most costly campaign battle in U.S. history. And then layer on top of that any ballot initiative would require a 60% affirmative vote It's a really uphill battle. And then for icing on the cake, to make it even more impossible, the compact has a poison pill provision which relieves the Seminole tribe of its obligation to make revenue sharing payments to the state if the electorate approves sports betting through a ballot initiative. So there are all these headwinds that are pushing against the possibility of a new ballot initiative within the next 10 years, maybe within the next 27 years. The reason I'm going to only go out 10 years is because the political environment changes. And when DeSantis is out of office and maybe there's a new generation of lawmakers, they may look at the issue differently than the current environment and the current political class does. So for the next decade, we're stuck with the Seminole tribe. For better or for worse, at least you have sports betting, but with only one operator, you should expect suboptimal odds, pricing, promotional incentives, and no meaningful consumer dispute resolution procedure. And oh, by the way, we're going to get iGaming in less than 3 years, and that's also going to be controlled by the tribe.
He's Daniel Wallach. The Sports Legal Podcast is Conduct Detrimental. You can also read him from time to time in The Athletic. Follow Daniel on X at Wallach Legal. Wallach with 2 L's. Legal. Daniel, thanks for your time and your insight, and we will be calling you again soon.
I'm looking forward to it. I'm always game for the legal analysis, and I hope that there's litigation at some point in the future. It's always been a pleasure joining you guys.
Daniel Wallach, kind enough to join us once again here on Miller and Moulton.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years.
Guys in person.
Affordability.
Yeah.
Didn't I just say Moulton was a
Great.
customer for 15 years?
That's fantastic.
Worry-free services.
Can't always promise a
Professional house
suit,
cleaners
but
are
it's a
fully
new
insured.
suit, so I want
And
to get my money's worth.
24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239
All right, good luck with the rest of the show. I look forward to seeing this online.
774 5839 or online
Have
at
a great day.
You
Thank you, guys.
You bet.
All right, how do I exit here? Leave studio.
really surprised they didn't take up the case. Can't believe that they're concluding that if the server's on Indian land, that's all that counts. Plus, it is a legalized monopoly. Also, it was surprising, I think, to most that only Kavanaugh was in favor of hearing the case, based on some comments that at least two of the other justices had said previously, including, I believe, Kagan. So, yep, and Governor DeSantis doesn't care. Okay, just so you know, I mean, he's the one that he did this deal with the Seminole tribe to buy their political support for when he runs for president. So, and the state legislature goes along with whatever he wants. So, you know, homeowners got screwed over by the insurance companies in the storms. Everybody's apparently okay with it. Yeah. Yeah. So far, Guillermo, they've said they're not interested. So we'll obviously keep trying. Well, the problem was JDR. It was put on a ballot. It was in our second act. We tried telling everybody that the ads were a scam. They're faking you out. And that was just to make.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. Some final thoughts. A pick or two. All coming up on Miller and Moulton here during the Diamond District bonus hour in the 239 and the 904. So if you're a sports bettor, not a good day yesterday. If you're a sports talk radio station, not a good day yesterday. Not in Florida.
And short term for the bettor, it's great because you can keep betting.
True.
But long term, you're not going to get any benefits from multiple sources to bet from.
Right.
Because if this would have been taken up by the Supreme Court, there was a chance that the Hard Rock app could have been shut down until this case was resolved.
Yeah, there's apparently, what is it that Daniel Wallach had explained to us? It's almost out of respect, out of courtesy, that even though you're on the winning side right now of the issue, if the issue goes before the Supreme Court, that you agree to stop what you're doing and let the court take their time and have the final word. So now, no guarantee. It's not by law. The Hard Rock app did not have to shut down if the Supreme Court had decided to hear the case. But disappointing to us. Nothing against the Hard Rock app at all, but we're big into more choices. It's better odds, better opportunities for more bettors,
more boosts, different boosts, allowing us to sprinkle.
And we've been very open and honest about this for many years. I don't know how many of you listen to sports talk in other cities, in other states. But for better or worse, their commercial breaks are dominated by the FanDuels and the DraftKings and whoever else. And they pump a lot of money into it, and they always will. It's like golf is profitable on television. The networks make money on golf. It's a limited audience of 2 to 3 million for most every PGA Tour event. You know, some maybe draw up to 4. And then for the majors, yeah, okay, it's double or triple that. But why for 30 plus weeks, if you're drawing mostly around 2 to 3 million, is it profitable? Oh, because every single person watching is what? Somebody who potentially is going to buy clubs and balls. And so what is all the advertising? Most of it is golf equipment of some kind. And then, yeah, you've got image advertising every now and then, a car dealer, you know, insurance companies, wealth management.
Yeah, a lot of wealth management because they know who
Right.
their audience is there.
Right. And that's what advertising is in major cities and sports radio. Probably 60 to 70% of it is sports betting. And then you get a few car dealerships and a few other things. Well, you know, what keeps us going? Advertising. What just got severely limited? Advertising. I mean, the Seminole tribe will keep advertising, but I mean, they're the only game in town. How much do you have to advertise?
And they will advertise, but not nearly as much as if they were competing with 5 or 6 different entities trying to get your sports betting dollar.
Never mind all the advertising that those 5 to 6 entities would have done. In Florida, the 3rd most populous state. And right now it is remarkable, you know, Mark, California and Texas do not have sports betting. At least for the time being, the 2 most populous states. And there's only about 10 states that don't have it. But California and Texas are 2 of the 10. And has been pointed out to us in the Twitch chat room, this decision by the Supreme Court yesterday could also apparently in Alabama, which you and I have joked will be the last place that there's betting allowed. Well, there's a tribe who's got some power in Alabama. And so, you know, the voters, first off, the state legislature won't even agree in Alabama to put it on a ballot. And there's no indication from any polling that it would pass, even if it got on the ballot. But behind closed doors, politically, that's a different story. Next thing you know, you wake up one morning and you go, I'll be damned. We got sports betting. How'd that happen? So, and Daniel Wallach just said, it's probably how it's going to happen in California. Maybe even within 2 years. After it's been soundly rejected by the voters.
Which in and of itself is amazing. They're broke.
And I was there for a few weeks leading up to the election about, you know, hey, this is on the ballot. And I was listening to the advertising for a couple of days while I was in town. And obviously the advertising all coming in, most all of it was vote for this. This will be a good thing. Money, jobs, blah, blah, blah. Crushed.
So download the Hard Rock app. That's your way to gamble. It's the only way.
Yep.
And it will be the only way for the foreseeable future. Big win yesterday for the Seminole Hard Rock Casino.
Ooh. Whew. And only one justice wanted to actually hear the case, Justice Kavanaugh. When 3 justices had indicated in past decisions that, I don't know. I think I have an issue with this. Well, not when push came to shove. So looks like, according to Daniel Wallach, the only way in the future this would ever get changed and or overturned now, they have to argue essentially the monopoly argument. Which, I mean, it is. But I don't know. We've allowed monopolies in places for long times before. So anyway, so there you have it. We have covered this story for a handful of years.
Yeah.
Going all the way back to when and how ironic was this? What was it, like 5 years ago, when the governor, the Seminoles, and Disney were all aligned on this issue. And
when that Amendment 3 came in, the two biggest proponents of Amendment 3 were Disney and the tribe.
And they were working together.
And that struck both of us as odd.
Well, and also we came to a simple conclusion. If they're working this hard and spending this much money, don't you think it's because it only benefits them? And sure enough, it did. And we told you, we said, if you want to bet on sports, do not support this. But their advertising was great. Their marketing was great. They made it sound like something that it was completely the opposite of. And 60% of you voted for it. And then the governor and the tribe got together behind Disney's back, and they cut this deal. And Disney went, what the? And they said, don't know what to tell you, man. You're out. Appreciate your help a few years ago, but you're out. Here you go. And that's why, which one is Disney? Is it DraftKings or FanDuel? It's DraftKings, right?
Well, no, because Disney's now ESPN Bet. But they had a piece of DraftKings too, but it's ESPN Bet now.
Right. And so, obviously, few people in Florida, few people bet on sports in Florida, might want to be in Florida, but they're not. ESPN Bet, by the way, floundering.
Advertising doesn't always work, David.
Well,
also, they are beating you over the head with it everywhere they go.
I know, but do they really think their anchors are that popular that because of so-and-so, I'm going to use ESPN Bet?
No, but they've got the dashboards during the hockey games.
Yep.
Their advertising seemingly is everywhere on an ESPN broadcast.
Mm-hmm. It is. But Mark, don't you think they have to offer an incentive? Don't you think they basically need to offer free money to get people to use them?
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of experience. The information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, time is of the essence to maintain your driving privileges. Call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung for a free consultation. At the law firm of Michael F. Hornung, we are committed to excellence in your representation. Being a local attorney with local knowledge is clutch to the success of your case. For over 30 years, we have successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Our offices are conveniently located in Fort Myers. Visit online at mfh-law.com.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
I had a perfect game going. I missed the last one.
Oh, did you just miss this one?
Yeah. Bovada's off-site, and it's not really legal.
Yeah, Guillermo, good for you, but
Justin Timberlake got a DUI.
yeah, apparently so in the Hamptons. Carrie Underwood's house caught on fire.
Horses are different. The Hard Rock app does not let you bet horses. I don't know how this went through with it, but the horse industry, TVG and Twin Spires and all those are still legal options for horse wagering in the state.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour, 16 until we're done talking. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Pat Kerwin and John Forsland scheduled to join us on the show tomorrow. Pat to talk all things NFL, John to look back at Game 5, and that could be the final game of this hockey season as the Panthers have a chance to skate with Lord Stanley tonight. No Seth Everett tomorrow. Think good thoughts for Seth and his family. His mom passed away on Sunday. We talked to him. He's doing okay. He even wanted to do his appearance tomorrow.
Right. Wanted to do the show. We overruled him and said, you're not doing the show on the day of your mother's funeral.
Right. He said,
even though you're right across the street from where the funeral is.
That's what he said. He said, well, I do 8 o'clock with you guys. Her event's at 11 right across the street. Said, I'll make sure to share that with our audience. So as you can tell, Seth's doing okay. Yeah, we gave him a pass. Well, it started this way, then it worked.
There we go.
Meghan and Harry.
There
Here's
we
Mark
go.
Miller with Today Was the Day When.
All right, we start in 1682 today, David.
Okay.
Philadelphia was founded by William Penn. Happy birthday, Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Today in 1812, David, the war of, wait for it, 1812 would begin.
Oh, I would hope so.
We leap all the way to 1960. Arnie comes from 7 back to beat Jack by 2 for the U.S. Open.
His only U.S. Open. He had some heartbreaking losses, but that was his one win.
In 67, Jack returns the favor, beating Arnie with a tournament record 275 strokes at Baltusrol. 72, Nicklaus would win his 3rd Open, this one at Pebble Beach.
That's when he hit the 1 iron off the flag at 17 on Sunday.
And also today in 72, the Supreme Court upholds baseball's antitrust laws in the Curt Flood case.
I can't believe that hasn't been challenged, by the way. I can't.
1984, Fuzzy whips Greg Norman in an 18-hole playoff for his Open title.
I was there the day before. I was there for the 4th round. We had a good seat, actually, on 18, my grandfather and I. Nicklaus and Trevino were paired together. I don't know if they were ever paired together again on the PGA Tour. Final round of the U.S. Open at Wingfoot. Come walking down the fairway.
They were so similar in how they approached the game.
Right.
Don Sutton won his 300th game today in 1986. Curtis Strange goes back-to-back in U.S. Opens today in 89.
Ooh.
Tiger blows out the field at Pebble today in 2000.
Down to a final golf ball, right? Round 2. It's when Stevie lost count and didn't have the bag filled up, and Tiger had hit a ball out of play, what have you, and then Stevie handed and realized, holy blank, I forgot to fill the bag up with balls. And Tiger finished the round, and they didn't have any more golf balls.
Can you run to the clubhouse and get me a sleeve of Titleist, please?
Yeah, tell me about it. I'll carry the bag for a hole.
Today in 06, Jeff Ogilvy wins the Open, Phil second.
He talked to the media.
Right.
That was funny, Mark. That was only his 4th runner-up. He still had 2 more to go.
2017, Koepka wins his first major at the Open.
I was in Wisconsin.
And last year, Wyndham Clark beat Rory for the U.S. Open.
I got a feel for Rory. He's been 14 under in the last 2 U.S. Opens. 9 under was the shot shy. 5 under was the shot shy.
David, I'm going to issue a statement and tell you that I don't feel sorry for Rory McIlroy.
Did you catch what Mark did there? See, Rory yesterday issued a statement a day after not answering questions to the media. So, Mark, what did you just do there?
I just issued a statement. I will advise any of you. I did this yesterday on the golf course. If you miss a 4-footer, 3-footer, 2-footer, instead of yelling an expletive or yelling at yourself, just yell, Rory!
God, that's harsh. Wow. Do you know how many others? I mean, for all these years, Scott Hoke, Davis Love, Ed Sneed, Doug Sanders. I mean, there are legendary 2- and 3-footers that have been missed. Can't yell DL3? DL3!
Rory! It's perfect. George Mikan and Lou Brock both born today. Sir Paul McCartney is 82.
Did you see yesterday he announced a European tour?
It's amazing. Jeff Saturday and Martin St. Louis are both 49 years old today. Blake Shelton is 48. Antonio Gates is 44, and Evan Mobley is 23. What did I miss, David?
Well, let's see. You know, you mentioned today's Philadelphia's birthday. Today was also a big day in 1778. We kicked the British out of Philadelphia. See, we were making our way south. You know, we had to deal with the whole Jersey, Massachusetts, New England, then Saratoga in 1777, Washington and the Delaware. We kicked them out of Philly today in 78. We're making our way south. We're kicking your guys' butt. Tide has turned. We're like the Oilers in the second period of Game 4. We're on a roll. I believe the Generals were McDavid and Draisaitl, weren't they? No? All right. One other. Sally Ride. Don't know if that name rings a bell. First American woman in space. Today in 83 on the Space Shuttle Challenger.
It's time for someone to take back this segment, if for no other reason than to stop David from talking about Meghan and Harry. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Didn't we just do that?
Yeah, we did. Hang on. Let's try that again.
You've heard
There it is.
where mock Florida is gonna Florida.
Man,
well,
told her Rory.
Mark Miller sees it differently.
Rory.
Has it the good, the bad, and the ugly? What you got, Mark?
Hold that F11 button instead of the F12.
DL3. Scott Hoke.
For the good today, David, we go to Mount Vernon, where during an archaeological dig connected to a restoration product, they unearthed cherries from 250 years ago that George Washington may have, maybe Martha, canned and put there. Apparently, they said finding essentially fresh fruit 250 years later is pretty spectacular. All the stars have to align in the right manner for that to happen. Some cherries, some gooseberries, and some currants, all found at GW's place.
GW's place?
Yeah.
Okay.
Apparently, Martha liked to drink. They both did. They used the cherries with some brandy. It was a big hit back in the day. I'm not even making that up. They were cherries mixed with brandy. Martha's recipe for a cherry bounce cocktail. How about that?
How much ice do you think was used back in the day?
None.
Yeah.
A lot of neat, David. A lot of neat.
A lot of neat. They didn't even call it neat, though. I just ordered the drink. That's how it came.
We go to California for the bad, where police were in a high-speed pursuit on foot with a piglet.
Hold on a second. A high-speed pursuit on foot.
After a piglet. Pet pig named Pickles escaped and was roaming multiple city blocks until police managed to corner it.
Hold on a second. They couldn't track down Pickles?
Pickles the piglet. According to a Facebook post, officers arrived and located the described piglet, who proved to be very fast and strong for an animal of its size.
What is this, Rocky trying to catch the chicken and the hen there? In the cage?
The post said officers used discretion and elected not to charge Pickles with resisting a peace officer. Instead, they felt it was beneficial to just admonish Pickles from running from the officers.
How do you admonish Pickles?
On top of a burger. Finally, the ugly, we go to Naples, where a man working the McDonald's drive-thru is accused of pulling a gun on a customer inside the store. Deputies responded to the location when someone going through the drive-thru was told they weren't going to get served. So they went inside to order instead. When they went through the door, the worker, Quincy Williams Jr., met the victims at the door and pulled a gun. They went back to their car, which was still in the drive-thru, where they contacted deputies. Quincy was arrested a short time later. That is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, June the 18th, 2024.
Well, everybody's playing today in Major League Baseball, and none of the games are in the afternoon. Marlins, game 2 of their series against the Cardinals. By the way, 6:10 start. They had to move that up because of the hockey, right?
Would make sense, because they're usually 6:40 starts, aren't they?
Right. So it's, in theory, 6:10. Games are taken like 2.5. It's over around 8:40. They'll drop the puck around 8:25. Okay. So anyway, baseball on a little earlier than normal for those of you that can get Marlins games. So those of us who have cable and have Bally's, which is no longer on Comcast. Rays are in Minnesota. Take on the Twins, for what that's worth. Yankees-Orioles series gets underway tonight in the Bronx. They're tied in the loss column. Yankees up 1.5 in the standings, but say it again, they're tied in the loss column. Garrett Cole tomorrow for the Yankees. Good series, which would be right now, Mark, it could be a divisional playoff, best of 5. Seattle and Cleveland. 2 division leaders. One would be the 2 seed. Right now, that's Cleveland. One would be the 3 seed, Seattle. This could be the preview of a divisional round series. Seattle and Cleveland.
Boy, I tell you what, I mean, that's baseball can really sell that.
No doubt. No doubt. That's a ratings monster right there. Seattle at Cleveland. Yep. But the Orioles and Yankees figure one will be the 1, one will be the 4. In theory, they're also, much like the Braves and the Phillies have met 2 years in a row in the playoffs. I mean, that's why I wonder going forward, are they going to have to alter this?
And reseed after the first round based on record?
Yes. Because if in theory, you can have the 4 seed of the second best record in the league. And I'm fine, by the way, if you don't want to give them home field. I really am. But to me, the matchup should be important here.
These owners in all leagues love to reward division champions.
Boy, do they ever.
Records be damned. You win the division, a game over 500, that means something.
College baseball, both the Gators and Noles facing elimination today and tonight on ESPN. Florida State needs to beat North Carolina at 2 o'clock. They lose, they're out. Gators need to beat Kentucky at 7 o'clock. They lose, they're out. Florida State wins, they'll take on number 1 Tennessee. Florida wins, they'll take number 3 A&M on. Kentucky, number 2 team in the country, by the way. Gators, the only non-top seed, top 16 seed in Omaha.
Well, they're pulling a VCU this year from baseball.
They are.
They're basically getting in the play-in game. They were one of the last teams selected and have made it all the way to the College World Series, and now a game from getting to the final on their side.
All right. ABC, 8 o'clock tonight. They'll drop the puck between 8:20 and 8:25. I got the Panthers 5-2.
And I've got the Panthers 3-1.
I think one or two empty netters for Florida, but I'll say an empty netter for 5-2. And if Barkov scores, he'll win the Conn Smythe. If he doesn't, they'll give it to Bob. How about that for a pick, huh?
I love it.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest